Welcome back to the channel. This is Trendy Storm, and you are watching second part of What If Naruto Was Trained by Ninjas of Another World. If you enjoy this video, please like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
Gatu, an old man with wild white hair, walked into a room with a bed in the middle of a hut that looked like a mansion and was hidden in the wave country forests. The hut was made of trees and hung from them. He had two samurai guards on either side of him. He was the same height as Haku, the boy who was standing over Zabuza. Haku was nursing Zabuza back to health. I saw an old man walking across a big, open room. He was dressed in a fancy black suit and sunglasses. So, even you've come back defeated. The Mist Nin are pretty pathetic. You couldn't even avenge your own men, and you call yourself a devil? The evil man gave a harsh snort. Don't make me laugh. He got close to Zabuza and reached out to touch him. Hey. No need to be silent. Haku's hands shot out and grabbed the old man's wrist in a way that hurt and broke bones. Don't touch Zabuza with your dirty hands. When the two samurai drew their swords, they were shocked and looked very nervous before they knew what had happened. These two people were holding their swords to their throats because the boy had twisted their wrists. As he stood between them, Haku didn't look at either of them. You shouldn't do that. I'm pissed off as it is. Gatu took a step back and held his arm. He turned to leave, leaving the two nin alone. Enough. If you fail again, you won't be welcome here. Under the sheets, Zabuza held a kunai. Haku, you didn't have to. He got a smile from the boy. I know. We must be patient, it's not time to kill Gatu yet. It felt good for him to be on his pillow. You're right. Takana smiled as Sakura yawned and stretched her arms. Sasuke was nearby, with his arms crossed over his chest and his eyes on the water. You look bored. You and your friends don't seem to talk much. From the other side of the river, he could see the city far away. He didn't seem to notice much else going on around them. Naruto was all over the bridge. There were about 7 of him, and each one carried boards and building tools on his shoulders. Most of the workers didn't seem to mind because they only saw one of him at a time. He helped them work and brought them water while he did it quietly. They smiled at him. The boy looked happy and didn't seem to mind all the work he was doing for them. One of the workers came up and said, Tazuna, sir. He looked sad and was an older man. He wiped his forehead with a towel that was slung over his shoulders and under his hard hat. What is it, Gichi? His worker looked away and felt bad about saying, I've been thinking about it for a while now. I want to stop working on the bridge. The bridge builder frowned but seemed to know what was being said. This is so sudden. What is it? Even more, the man hung his head. We've been close for a long time. I want to help, but if you die, what's the point? If Gatu notices us, he'll kill you. Naku touched the man on the shoulder. He already has. Why do you think we're here? Tazuna won't die. Both Tazuna and the man looked shocked. There were a lot of boards on the boy's shoulder. He wasn't mad, but he looked very serious. What? Gichi asked in shock when he suddenly showed up. That was all Uzumaki could say. Even if he dies and we fail, this bridge should be finished. Seeing all of you work on it, and realizing how long it took you to get this far. A smile was on Sakura's face. He's right. You shouldn't give up on this dream, even without Tazuna. You should still finish the bridge. If you've made it this far, you should all know how to finish, even without him. She pumped her arm and smiled at him. The man's jaw was loose. He put his hand on her shoulder with a warm smile on his face. Naruto smiled and nodded. That's right. This Gatu is an evil man. If you let evil run rampant and unchecked, then you'll suffer more than if you die fighting it. I've seen what's on the other end of this bridge, the suffering and poverty there. If that man wins, it won't stop. You'll just be crushed under his boot for the rest of your lives. He turned his head away and rubbed his hand off. At least we'll be alive. Naruto gave a nod. He said, if that's your way, then so be it. I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. He then left with his arm full of building supplies. With a frown on his face, Sasuke turned his head to look at his fellow genin. His look at Naruto was impossible to read. His teammate annoyed him. He said something that made him feel bad and didn't seem to know it. He had thought about it, but didn't tell anyone. It has something to do with the evil fox that lives inside me. He wasn't sure what the boy meant, but it was hard for him to forget because of his own past. He found out about it after his brother had left, right after killing everyone in his clan except him. A Uchiha clan secret. He tried to forget about it. It was hard to do, though. He closed his eyes and pushed them away, then looked back at the village far away. Tazuna spoke up, and he looked a little sad. Gichi. It's almost lunch, let's stop. The man raised his head. He had tears in his eyes and a tight jaw. No, he said, I'm not hungry. I'm just behind and have a lot to do to catch up. Sorry to bother you. He bowed his head and walked away. Sakura was so happy that she could barely hold back tears. It took some work for her to keep her face dry. She jumped over and grabbed a bucket of nails before running off to help the men who were working. Right. I guess I should help out too. I'm just standing here, and Sasuke is right there. He turned his head away, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Thanks, kid. As the man walked through the village streets, Sakura walked next to him. I'm supposed to bring home some food. It was supposed to be for lunch, but we worked a bit longer than I expected today. The girl smiled and gave him a nod. As she looked around, her face fell again. A lot of people had their heads down, and dirty, huddled kids were sitting on the street corners. There were a few scraps in the bins and shelves that were empty in the market. She felt someone try to steal something from the bag that was hanging from her shoulder. They said, there's almost nothing to buy. She turned around and hit the man in the face with a kick. He was lying on the ground and had to be pushed away. Pervert. His head hung a little and he let out a heavy sigh. What's going on with this place? The girl looked upset by the faces of the people around her. No one was happy. Everyone had their heads down. He looked at her for a moment. It's been this way since Gatu came. That's why we need the bridge. It's a symbol of courage, and it can bring back better times to this place. Someone pulled on Sakura's behind again. After getting mad for a moment, she looked around and saw a dirty little kid reaching out to her with their hands open and empty. She didn't have any cash on her, but she gave the child lots of candy from her bag. The child's face lit up, and she ran off. But Tazuna didn't pay attention and kept talking. The adults have lost hope. I'm grateful for your friend Naruto's words. What you saw on that bridge today was something I've not seen in years. A glimmer of hope. The kunoichi got red when she looked up at the roof and saw a face she knew staring down at her. Naruto's scarf disappeared again into the sky, and she smiled. The old man smiled at her and put the small bag of groceries on his elbow. I feel I can succeed with the four of you keeping watch over me. I feel young again somehow. It's very strange. The two of them were looking out over the rooftops. As he leaned over the tiles and scribbled on a piece of paper, the boy with black hair looked through binoculars to write. Naruto looked at his friend and said, well, Gatu's hideout isn't in the village. I followed a couple of guys into a bar, and they were talking about a place in the woods north of here. Seems there's something going on. He's looking for strong men to hire for some sort of job soon. A lot of them. After writing something, the Uchiha boy put the pen in his shirt and looked over what he had done. Here. Take a look at this. Naruto made a face. They had been following two of these men who had just come into town. Sasuke was writing down what a bartender had written to give to the two men who looked tough and were armed. He looked in through a window and copied what he was writing on his Sharingan. The boy with the hood smiled at him. Useful trick that. Sasuke just shrugged. Never thought of using it that way before. I spotted him handing out notes to a few more new arrivals earlier. I was going to just act like I was looking for work myself. Naruto gave a shrug. Might not have worked. We're pretty young, and neither one of us looks very strong. Sasuke just shrugged. I guess you're right. There's some sort of meeting soon. It's a big secret, and it's nowhere near that place in the woods you're talking about. Uzumaki was reading the note. It's almost time, on the docks. Nowhere near the bridge either. The boy with raven hair looked at his friend. You think Gatu will be there? The blonde ass. Killer shrugged. He might be. We should check it out. If he is, I'll see if I can follow him back to this base of his. It seems to be where he hangs out. I don't think staying in the village is safe for him. No one seems to like him, even though he's hired lots of guards. With a short nod, Sasuke agreed. This place is awful. It's dirty and run down, not much food, and everyone is poor. He looked at the note and then at his fellow genin. Yes. We're not here to be heroes and save them. Just might be a fortunate side effect. He didn't see the Uchiha boy look back at him. You're right. Still, if Gatu is there, shouldn't we just? He turned his head away. Nope. Especially considering all these armed jerks he's getting together. I should be able to get in easily with my sword. You don't even look armed. It might draw attention. Sasuke looked a little angry and said, well, I'm not going back yet. His friend let out a sigh. Quit being a jerk for no reason. Look, you keep watch outside. I'm sending a clone in. If Zabuza or that other nin show up, I won't die if I get attacked. The genin with raven hair frowned. They may be onto us if you get spotted. Naruto was happy. I'm not planning on getting spotted. Besides, I got a weird feeling Zabuza won't be there. It's only been 3 days. While looking at his teammate, Sasuke asked, right. So what am I looking for? If Gatu leaves before I come out, I want you to tail him, at least until I catch up. Keep your distance. We just want to know where he's going. There's no need to get close. Naruto slapped the boy's back. I've got about 10 more clones running about the village right now. I don't want to overdo it and wear myself out before we find out where he is, so you take care of it. Uchiha looked mad, but he didn't react to the gesture. Right. What are you going to do? Henge. Something ugly showed up in front of Sasuke and grabbed the note from him before jumping off the roof. As he watched Naruto in disguise jump from roof to roof over the streets without being seen, he said, hey. I get it. Naruto snarled as he knocked on the door. He had his sword on his shoulder and had a very bad look on his face. The person who answered didn't look much better. What is it? There was a mean look on the boy's face as he smiled. I heard there's good paying work here. He made a face and didn't open the door. You should have gotten a reference. I gotta see it if you want in. Nin in a mask held up his note. The man grabbed it, looked it over, and gave it a nod. He knew what the writing was. Right. Come in, and don't start any trouble. You'll have plenty of chance for that later. Once the job is done, we get to have our way with this shithole. Naruto smiled and nodded. Sounds like my kind of job. The man seemed to feel better, but when he opened the door, he still looked very mean. More than 100 men were standing, sitting, hanging from the ceiling, sitting at tables, and hanging from the walls around the bar. A lot of them drank. They were all armed. The person who let him in looked at him very carefully. Glad to hear it. You look like you'll be useful. Want a drink? The nin turned his head away. I'll have my fun after I get paid. The ugly, bald man with a big club on his back said, yes. I can respect that. We'll be getting our instructions in a few minutes. Hang around and relax. Naruto said, yes, and sat down on the wall between two big, bulky men with few teeth and a lot of scars. For a while, he closed his eyes and looked at the stage on the other side of the room. After a short time, an old man with 2 samurai that looked tough showed up. He wore a black suit, had a bandage on one arm, and held a walking stick in his right hand. 2 men were watching over him. One of them had long hair and wore a knit cap over it. The other one was a lot bigger, had tattoos all over his body, and wore loose pants and a bare chest. He glared at everyone in the room and smiled. Then he tapped a cane on the stage floor to quiet everyone down. He coughed to clear his throat, and it worked. Okay, listen up. This job is top secret, and no one knows what you're about to hear. The samurai next to him took off his bandaged arm and showed him a picture of Tazuna. He took a moment to smile and then said, "This man must die. He's offended me." As Gatu spoke, the two men with him pulled out 2 more pictures. "You probably won't have to kill him. I've got other help taking care of it. Your job is these 2. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Zabuza and the boy who looked like a young girl. Gatu looked out over the people who were not talking. The devil Zabuza and his companion Haku. Very dangerous. The young nin saw that the room was very quiet and scared. The rich man walked back and forth across the stage. He looked at Tazuna and said, "Don't worry, it won't be as hard as it sounds. You see, this one has hired a powerful shinobi from the Leaf Village to protect him. The copy nin, Kakashi. In 2 days, they will fight, and your job is to clean up the mess. Whoever survives, either Kakashi and a couple of bratty students, or Zabuza and his boy toy. It doesn't matter, they'll be weakened by the battle, and they'll be easy targets. Once the job is finished, you'll all get 1,000, and you have your way with this village. Just to make sure they don't try something so stupid again. Once it's over, I'll have a demolition team take care of that pathetic bridge, and we'll all be back in business. Impress me, and you might find regular work." Naruto looked away and didn't say anything. He looked around the room at the happy faces and copied the look. Mischief and greed were strong in the air. "We'll gather on the edge of town in 2 days. Zabuza and his brat will be too busy dealing with those leaf nin to notice. Until then, you'll have to stay in the camp we've set up west of here. Anyone who tries to leave will be killed immediately. It's already too late to leave." The boy looked over and saw the doors were shut. The men didn't look scared, but some of them did look annoyed. Gatu gave them a smile. "Don't worry. You'll all be paid well if you survive. It's still less than these 2 useless missing nin want. You don't have to worry about the missed nin being upset with you either. Both of these scum are nothing more than homosexual criminals, and are a disgrace to their village." He waved his hand. The magnate got up from the stage and walked to the back room. "Bartender, drinks for everyone on the house until they move on. You'll be taken to the camp this evening once the sun goes down. Until then, enjoy my hospitality." With a mean grin on his face, Naruto took the mug that was pushed into his hand. His eyes were angry and hard. It wasn't hard to lie. Gatu left the bar through the back door, and Sasuke watched him go. He smiled and stayed down. The man held a kunai but put it down when he saw them walking toward the north end of the village. He thought about throwing the weapon at Naruto just to make him mad. It was still a good idea. As the 3 of them made their way to the edge of the village, he jumped to the next roof and moved ahead of them a bit, out of sight. When he got there, he saw 4 Naruto waiting on the edge of the roofs. He asked in a whisper, "Hey, is that him?" The blonde nin closest to him looked down as he spoke. Uchiha nodded and looked down at the person they were after. "Yeah. Seems like it. I'll follow him from here." The other 3 Naruto were moving east and west through the forest to get ahead of their targets and form a wall around the trio. The one with Sasuke didn't move. It'll be hard for us both to follow right behind them across this open field. We'll catch up after they get to the forest. Naruto faked a little blush on his cheeks and watched as the men around him drank tons of alcohol. To make his breath smell better, he took a few swigs of the strong drink. While no one was looking, he slowly poured some of his drink into the mugs of the people around him. No one had seen him do it, and it was his 3rd time. Some people got into fistfights and a few tables were broken, but nothing major. The men mostly stood back, like him, but more than half of them were laughing and making a scene in the bar. It looked like no one really cared. It didn't bother him. No one in the room was sober after about an hour. Everyone was too drunk to notice or care that he was gone, so no one saw him sneak into the bathroom and not come out. Gatu stopped as they went through the trees. He looked over his shoulder with his hands behind his back. His 2 samurai looked down at him after moving for 30 minutes. When he turned around to face them, they looked interested but didn't say anything. Sasuke and Naruto hid in the trees above, sitting on branches and staying quiet so no one could see them. They both stopped moving and tried to keep their breathing steady. They both wondered if the old man had seen something. "I've got a job for the two of you as well. That Tazuna is a pain, there's still a chance he might escape. Zabuza told me one of his ninja protectors was smart enough to remove him once the trouble started. If he survives, he might start trouble again." They looked at each other and said, "Yes." Gatu laughed. "He's got a family, they live just outside the village near the river in a small dirty shack that overlooks the ocean." The bigger one laughed. "You want us to kill them?" The old man made a face and put his glasses up higher on his nose. "No. I want you to catch his daughter or grandson and take one of them hostage. It doesn't matter which one. I don't care what happens to the other. Once those nin start fighting, they'll be unguarded. Even if he escapes, we'll be able to use the hostage to bring him to us. That old man, he'll gladly give up his own life to save one of them. When he does, we'll kill him, after we make him watch us torture his loved one to death. That will help keep what's left of the village in line after this mess is over. Then, we'll destroy that bridge, and no one will ever dare try and rebuild it again. They'll be so terrified, they won't dare defy me again. I'd thought killing Kaiza would be enough, but this will surely break them." The two men raised their eyebrows and smiled in a very evil way. Gatu gave them a smile and turned away. "Come on, we've got to check up on Zabuza. We need to make sure he's strong enough to put up enough of a fight to weaken those leaf nin. It would be best if they're all near dead when we strike. Though, the more men we lose, the better. It's still cheaper than paying that cutthroat mist nin, but I'd prefer if it wasn't too expensive." Naruto and Sasuke were both happy that they hadn't been seen and disgusted at the same time. They kept following them for a short distance longer, until the huge hut that took up an entire tree grove showed up. Sasuke began to move toward it. Naruto shook his head and put his hand on his shoulder. The boy from Uchiha was a little shocked and put down his kunai. The nin with the hood grabbed him by the shoulder. "Come on. We've seen enough for now. Time to figure out our next move. We need to talk to Kakashi and work out a plan." Uchiha gave him a nod and looked over his shoulder. "All right. You've got a plan? Zabuza is in there." Naruto gave a shrug. "So? We're not here to kill him. We've learned all we can for now. I think I've got something worked out, but we need to talk to Kakashi first. Besides, I'm sure that Hunter Nin is with him as well. He's after Tazuna as well." Even though Sasuke growled, he gave in. "What's with that bar anyway?" He frowned and looked a little mad. "Just a backup plan. He's going to set them on whoever wins the fight between us and Zabuza, then turn them on the villagers." The nin with raven hair also looked mad. "Bastard. Yeah. Let's get going. There's nothing we can do for now. We'd be wasting our time and risk giving ourselves away if we go any further. He might change his plan if he finds out he's been discovered." Sasuke looked lost and asked, "Who is Kaiza?" Naruto gave a shrug. "Doesn't matter at the moment. He's dead, whoever he is. We'll ask Tazuna about it later though. Might prove useful. Until then." The nin sat down with Tazuna and his family at the table. The old man and his daughter were both happy to have people around. Inari looked at everyone and poked at his food. It took a moment for Sasuke to look at Tazuna. "Hey. I just thought about something I heard in the village earlier." The old man seemed interested. "Yes?" The boy from Uchiha just shrugged and didn't seem very interested. "Who is this Kaiza? I heard he died and that the village didn't take it well." The family went cold. Inari jumped up and ran to his room. Both Naruto and Sasuke looked lost, and Tazuna and his daughter both looked sad. She spoke up. "He was my husband." The boy with raven hair turned red. "Oh. Naruto put his eyes down and nodded his head. "I'd heard about that too. We didn't know who he was." He let out a heavy sigh as his daughter also left the room. "Don't worry about it. I'm surprised you heard anyone speak of that. No one says anything about it." Naruto smiled and nodded. "We heard a couple of Gatu's men say something about him." Kakashi gave them a dirty look. Gatu's men? No one spoke after Tazuna did. The Chunin kept quiet. His story continued. He was the village hero. A great man. He told how he had taken Inari in, married his mother, saved the village, and then been killed by Gatu's men. The other ninjas all looked sad as he told them the story. He looked down at his hand. He thought deeply and said, "With these 2 arms, I'll protect the village." A true hero. Tazuna seemed shocked. What? The village hasn't been the same since he died, neither has my daughter or Inari. The blonde boy got up from his meal and looked at Kakashi. Sensei. I need to speak with you. Kakashi said, yes, and got up to leave with him. He looked down at Naruto when they were on the porch. What is it? I've got a plan on how we can keep Tazuna and his family safe until his job is done. The Chunin didn't seem shocked. What is it? This made Naruto scratch his head. Well, it's going to sound a bit weird. But Sasuke and I have been using shadow clones to run around the village for the past few days, and we've been spying and gathering intel. We're right, Zabuza is alive, and that hunter Nin is working with him. I'm pretty sure this will work. It's going to sound strange, but hear me out. Kakashi let out a small sigh. That was not far from where Sasuke and Naruto had trained. He found a group of trees with cuts in their trunks. I'm listening. As Naruto and Inari sat across from each other at the table the next morning, Inari frowned at him. The Nin looked very calm as it waited for Tazuna to get ready to leave. The grandson of the old man was carrying a bag on his shoulder, and behind him, his mother was putting things into a pack. As he sulked on top of the table, Inari looked angry. Why do you try so hard? This plan isn't going to work, and you'll all die. When facing the strong, the weak will only end up getting killed. It doesn't matter how hard you trained, you'll never beat Gatu's men. The blonde boy didn't seem too upset about the outburst. So? Inari was crying. I'd hate to be stupid like you. You don't belong here, and you're just being nosy. You don't know anything about this village. The other people in the room were shocked and amazed. Naruto stayed calm and moved around a bit in his seat. What of it? I'm here because I'm getting paid. It's my duty and my job. Why should I care what some drama queen thinks? If you're not going to do anything but mope about and cry all day, shut the hell up. I don't really care if you like what we're doing. The boy let out a gasp and looked shocked at the older boy and everyone else in the room. He jumped up and pointed his finger at the boy. You think you're going to be a hero? No. Kaiza was a hero. He died for what he believed in, gave his life for what he cared about. It disgusted me to see this place wasting that sacrifice and wallowing in its own misery and weakness. I'd almost rather help Gatu destroy it, because it doesn't appreciate its heroes and uphold their memories with honor. Unfortunately, I've already been paid and chosen my side. I won't waver now, even if it means getting killed myself. The people in the room looked shocked. She jumped up and looked around, getting ready to grab him. You've said enough. Inari screamed and started to cry. There's no such thing as heroes. Naruto turned his head away. True heroes are the ones who do not survive. Their memories and deeds leave those who are left behind stronger, and inspire them to do better, and build the world they died to protect into something better. This village has wasted theirs, and that man deserves better than to have nothing more than a torn picture without his image to honor his memory. I don't really like any of you for being so disrespectful of such a great man. He rose and left the home via the back door to await the others. Running away quickly, Inari slammed the door to his room and screamed. His face was red. Both Tazuna and Tsunami were sitting there with their eyes wide as they looked at their food. They both broke down in tears. Kakashi looked ashamed. I'm sorry. He stood up, glared straight ahead, and let his tears fall. He had a stern frown on his face. No. That boy is right. She let out a gasp and looked up at her dad in shock. The two of them sat down at the table and didn't look up at the mess in front of them. The girl got red as she looked in the direction Inari had run. Old man went outside and stood on the porch. I foolishly believed that the bridge I was building would be a symbol of hope and courage. We already had one right under our noses, but we were too foolish to realize it. I'll be outside when you are ready to leave. When Kakashi opened the door to Inari's room, he saw the boy sad next to his bed. He sat down next to him and touched the kid on the shoulder. Naruto grew up without a father, just like you. In fact, he's never known either one of his parents. He never had a single friend growing up. He's had a rougher past than you, but not once have I ever seen him cry or complain. He's a very serious boy. He got sick of crying and trying to get people to acknowledge him. He knows what it means to be strong, just like your father. After stopping to cry, Inari looked up at the man with wide eyes. He's a very strange boy. He knows that the people of the village we come from don't like him. Many of them hate him and wish him dead. Yet he would still give his life to do his duty and protect them. It's odd, but he doesn't seem to be able to not be concerned about you. I've never seen him speak to someone he doesn't know so much. After looking at the floor, Inari turned his attention to the window. He got up and left the room. Kakashi left the house at the same time that Tazuna, Naruto, and Sasuke began to walk toward the bridge. It was Tsunami, Inari, and Sakura that he met. All of them stood in the doorway and watched as the group left. Be careful. The pink-haired Kunoichi seemed to agree. She smiled at the two people standing next to her and said, "Yes, sensei." She had a strange look on her face. When they got there, the bridge was empty. As the people around Tazuna looked around, a thick fog filled the air. Kakashi looked around and said, "It's quiet." With a nod, Sasuke looked around and saw that Naruto was gone. Yup. Even though they were in thick fog, Tazuna frowned. "He's already here then?" Kakashi replied with a nod. "This is his hidden mist no jutsu." And in an instant, Zabuza's water clones were all around them. The teacher looked at his pupil. "Do it, Sasuke." As he slashed with a kunai in each hand, the boy agreed and turned into a blur of speed. The three clones fell into puddles. "I know the plan." Zabuza made a face. "Keep an eye out for that boy and take care of this one. I'll deal with Kakashi." Haku gave a nod, and he disappeared into the fog next to him. When Kakashi stood in front of the Mist Nin, he did not do anything. "Ready when you are." Zabuza stomped his feet and growled as he took his sword from behind him. The two hit each other. When Kakashi slashed with his kunai, he blocked blows from the huge sword. The powerful blows sent sparks flying through the air as the metal hit each other. As Sasuke stood guard over the target, he spun his kunai and hit a few needles in the air. The nin with the mask showed up in front of him in a calm pose. "Impressive." The boy with dark hair frowned. "Let's get this over with," he said as he ran to the right. The Mist Nin waved his arm, firing more needles that hit the ground and fell out of the air. Together, they walked off into the fog. Tazuna stepped back and looked scared. He was far away from the fighting and not being watched. Before him, Zabuza and Kakashi were in the middle of a very tough fight. They hit each other hard with punches and kicks and slashed at each other with their weapons, leaving shallow cuts. They kept bumping into the building supplies, breaking wooden boards and throwing trash and tools all over the place. Haku raised his fists and glared at his opponent. "I must defeat you." The boy from Uchiha seemed sure of himself. "Just try it." He had some needles in him, but they weren't hurt too badly. He was bleeding a little and leaving small splatters of blood on the ground. Haku charged forward and threw fast punches and kicks. Sasuke blocked the attack and hit back with a kick that hit the ninja in the mask and broke it. It also gave him a big bruise on the cheek. However, the Mist Nin stayed on his feet as he raised his fist again, this time with more needles between his knuckles. They both rushed forward again and locked weapons on each other. Neither of them got off easy. Sasuke cut his opponent's sleeve, which left a gash in his shoulder, and then got some more needles in his belly. Kakashi wasn't feeling well. Getting to his feet slowly, he held his bleeding side and held on to his last kunai. Several of them hit Zabuza and hurt him. Even though the Mist Nin had his sword ready, he was gasping for air and looked just as worn out as his attack partner. The enemy jumped back into the fog and seemed to disappear, which made the Leaf Nin gasp. His eyes got really big. No. He yelled and ran at Tazuna, who was still moving away from the fight. The old man was being watched by a dark shadow that held a huge sword high above his head. It's over. Zabuza yelled as the bridge builder turned around and gasped in shock. Tsunami's voice came from inside the house and said, "Inari, help me with the dishes." Two samurai drew their swords and walked onto Tazuna's back porch, grinning at each other. A woman stood in front of the sink with her back to them when they opened the door. They took a step toward her. "Hurry up, we need to get started on lunch soon so it will be ready when everyone gets back." The men were standing behind her, but she hadn't seen them yet. With mean grins, they reached out and grabbed her arm. When Zabuza cut down Tazuna, the man disappeared in a puff of smoke. What? He saw a black blur move by behind him, and his eyes got really big. He said, "It can't be." His head fell back along a red line on his neck and rolled across the ground. The huge ninja fell to the ground on his back, arms spread wide, and blood poured from his neck. Kakashi was walking like he was drunk toward the scene. He fell forward and grabbed his stomach. He looked down at the mess. As Naruto swung his sword, blood flew all over the ground. He then put the blade back on his back. A weak voice called out to the man from the fog, "Kakashi." "Sensei." Sasuke stumbled forward. He was hurt all over and had needles sticking out of his skin everywhere. He had several in his neck, and blood was coming out of his mouth. He hit the bridge with his face first and stopped moving. The man's eyes got really big. "Sasuke." The Chunin got 2 more needles stuck in his neck, and he tripped and fell on top of some boxes of supplies. His body was on the ground, and blood was running down the wooden crates and onto the ground. Naruto jumped back into the mist and disappeared just as Haku, the hidden mist ninja, stumbled over and fell to his knees. Zabuza. He squished down on top of the man and scratched his chest. No. It. Over the fog, a cold, mean voice could be heard. The air was full of laughter. Haku was still hunched over his dead master's body when Naruto walked up to the edge of the bridge over the river and glared back at him. Gatu was in front of a big group of men who were all armed. "Hey. How convenient. Zabuza is already dead, and the rest of you are in no condition to resist. Now, you'll all die, and Tazuna will have no protection. I suspected you'd hide him away." Even though he was on his knees, Haku still had tears running down his face and anger in his eyes. "Gatu. What are you doing here? What is with these men?" The man tapped the ground in front of him with his cane. He looked mean at the boy with his arms still bandaged. He took another step forward and said, "Hey, I was going to kill you from the start. You were never going to get paid. Hiring a ninja from a village is expensive, and you missing nins are easy to take care of afterwards. I wait for the battle to weaken you, and then kill you off with numbers. Much less expensive, don't you agree?" When Haku and Naruto turned around, they heard an explosion far away. From Tazuna's house, smoke began to rise into the air. Gatu made a funny face for a second. Those jerks better have kept their word when they said they'd get me a prisoner. It doesn't matter. That fool Tazuna will be easy to find and kill without protection. He cocked his head back to laugh, but his glasses fell off as a sharp pain shot through his chest and belly. He looked down at the blade sticking out of his chest and his eyes went down. Blood was running from his lips. It was flat and wide, and the end was curved. "It can't be." He heard a voice from behind him that sounded scared and amused say, "Actually, you've been fooled." Sasuke, who was taller than the woman, put his sword around her neck, grabbed her shoulder, and pulled her back toward him. His eyes got really big. "What?" Behind him was a tape recorder and a sink full of explosives. On the chest of the dummy was a string that was connected to a trigger. "Oh she." His friend began to walk away, but it was already too late. Gatu had the blade going through his body as he was being lifted off the ground. As Zabuza walked behind her, Haku glared at the group of armed mercenaries while holding needles in her hands to keep them away from him. "What?" Zabuza laughed. "Haku and I got a visitor last night. It seems the Leaf Nin have a skilled spy among them. We knew about your plan before you showed up today. Every detail. While Kakashi was getting up from the boxes, Naruto was sitting on the bridge and taking a smile. Sasuke got up from the ground and began wiping off his makeup and pulling needles out from just under his skin. Chunin took a blood bag out of his shirt and threw it on the bridge. Before bed, he stood in front of the window of Zabuza and Haku's room. The boy Nin let out a gasp as he turned away from his partner and got ready to throw needles. He put his hands up. "I'm just a shadow clone with a message. I didn't come to fight. We need to talk. There's something you need to know, and I promise you'll find it interesting." The dog Zabuza was sitting on the bed and giving him a mean look. "What? Talk fast, boy. I'm not patient." Naruto gave a nod. "I'll be quick then. Gatu is going to stab you in the back. He's hired a bunch of men all ready to ambush both of us after we fight. We'll be weakened and easy prey. I managed to sneak into the meeting where he hired them. There's a camp west of the village where he's keeping them until the time is right." Haku growled. "Liar. He tried to attack the clone, but Zabuza put up his hand to stop him. Why should we trust you?" He saw the boy's eyes. "It will be easy to prove. I've got a plan. If you'll hear me out, there's no risk aside from delaying our fight another day or so if I'm not being honest." They both looked at the other Miss Nin. Haku gave his friend a mean look. "Zabuza." The man's grip on the apple broke it. He looked up at the boy and frowned at his hand. "All right. Let's hear it. We're going to have a mock battle. Make it appear as if you die and we're all badly beaten. After that, Gatu will reveal himself with his men, and he'll be easy prey. He's planning on using our battle to disguise his deception from you. You'll be distracted with us, and won't notice him building his forces on the other side of the bridge." Haku just looked at Zabuza and didn't say anything. "I'll impersonate Zabuza, and make sure everything looks right. You use water clones to hide yourselves, make things look good, and wait out of sight near the other end of the bridge. When the bastard shows up to gloat, you can have him. I won't be able to impersonate your friend the hunter Nin. I'm not good enough with those weapons of his. I can handle a sword though, so you don't even have to stick your neck out." Both of the Miss Nin gave him a bad look. Haku closed her eyes and clenched her fist and asked, "Tazuna won't be there anyway, will he? You knew we were going to attack tomorrow." "I thought that too. You can worry about Tazuna if I'm wrong, but I'm not," he said. The Leaf Nin laughed. "Will you agree to this? You seem to be healed, and we'll meet on the bridge tomorrow morning. As I said, our job is to protect Tazuna until he finishes his bridge. We can't leave the village until it's done. The worst that can happen is your battle is postponed another day or two. Low risk for both of us." The man got a quick nod from Haku, who frowned at him. "Hey. You know, kid. I believe you. You seem to know that jerk pretty well." Zabuza said yes. Naruto took the hand gesture back and spoke again. "Get to know your enemy and yourself, and you won't have to worry about how 1,000 battles turn out." And with that, he disappeared into the night. The man rolled over on his back on his bed. "Hey. I like that kid. A worthy addition to my notebook indeed." He smiled and nodded at Haku. "You're recovered well." The story was over for Zabuza as Gatu hung in agony from the end of his blade. The man was gasping for air and having a hard time breathing. It can't be." When Haku laughed, it sounded mean but funny. "You're finished now. I felt a little bad doing this to the village, but if you're not paying us, it's just not worth it." As the poor man fell from his sword, Zabuza cut off his head completely in the air before he hit the ground. He turned to glare at the group of men and said, "Now, as for the rest of you. I'm pretty mad that I haven't been paid yet. I'd like to take out some of my anger on all of you." He raised his sword and faced them, but he didn't charge at them either. She smiled and looked over her shoulder in a way that was almost evil but not quite. There was a big explosion far away. Inari, Tazuna, and Tsunami were with her on a boat in the river. The tsunami made a small noise. It was our house. They had packed up their valuables, but many of them were broken. She let out a heavy sigh. "Don't worry. We'll build another." The bridge is almost finished. I'll have plenty of time. Inari looked like he was angry. Are we at the village yet? She pulled the boat up to a small dock on the bank of the river that ran through the village and said, "Don't worry. We're there." Inari jumped off and ran into the street up the stairs. Sakura looked a little worried and said, "Wait." The old man and his daughter ran after him quickly. "Hey. I'm coming too, you know." Inari was banging on doors. "Come to the bridge with us. If we work together, this time we can defeat Gatu." Voices replied, sounding tired and scared. "No. We don't want to die. We don't want to regret any more losses." Because he was mad, the boy kept going, ignoring them and yelling into the homes. His beating on the doors went on while Tazuna, Tsunami, and Sakura watched. The kunoichi made a noise. "He's right. You cowards. Don't you care at all?" His voice came from his house. "Even the man we call Hero isn't here. We don't want to lose anything else. I can't take any more regrets." As he stood in front of the locked door, Inari screamed, "My father was a true hero. He gave his life to fight without regret. I won't forget and shame his memory. I'm going to fight without regret, even if I go alone. I can't protect anything being a crybaby." While sitting at the table in Gichi's house, his wife looked down. "Inari is becoming a man. Are you really going to let him go alone?" For a long time, the man hung his head and clenched his fist. As they stared at the ninja on the bridge, the swordsmen and hired guns looked very angry. "You killed our meal ticket. Don't look so cocky. We're going to pillage that town and take anything of value now. You'll all die. You can't fight us all." Zabuza laughed as he put his sword over his shoulder. "No. You won't." The village, armed to the teeth, was on the other side of the bridge. On either side of Inari stood his grandfather, and on the other side stood Gichi. Gichi took a step forward and nodded. "You'll deal with all of us if you attack this village. We'd rather die on our feet than live on our knees." Sakura and Sasuke stood on either side of Kakashi, making them look as scary as they could. Kakashi had his arms crossed. As he stood between the villagers and the crowd, Haku was ready to attack. They won't make it far enough to touch them anyway. "Right, Zabuza? If I were you, I'd listen to them. You don't want to annoy those two or me for that matter." Naruto walked along both sides of the bridge. At least 100 of them stood on either side of the scene and watched. The attackers turned around and ran when they saw how many people were there. The village cheered for Naruto's victory, and he disappeared from the edge of the bridge. He showed up next to Kakashi and looked happy with himself. Zabuza turned around with Haku by his side. "We have no reason to fight. I will leave now. Perhaps we will meet again, perhaps as enemies, perhaps not. Who knows?" Naruto turned around and nodded when he saw that he was looking at him. "I look forward to it." Kakashi put his hand on the boy's shoulder and watched as the two missing nin appear in the fog. "Great plan, Uzumaki." He was so mad that Sasuke was spitting on the ground. This fake blood tastes awful." "Gah." Sakura smiled with happiness. "Well, it's better than real blood, isn't it?" The boy from Uchiha hung his head and sighed. "Point taken. Still. Gross." The Leaf Nin left and began their journey home. Tazuna smiled at his grandson. It wasn't much more work to finish the bridge now that it reached both sides. "We still need to name the bridge. Another day's work and it will be finished." As Inari watched them leave, tears filled his eyes. His dad gave him a smile. That boy changed Inari's heart. Inari changed the people's heart. He gave us a bridge to hope called courage. How about the Great Naruto Bridge? Inari turned around and saw his grandfather. "It's a great name." He sighed and hung his head. "How annoying. Kind of hard to not be remembered if people keep naming huge landmarks after me." "Oh well." He laughed and shook his head. "It's not so bad. Maybe people will think you were named for the bridge?" The blond boy held his head down a bit more. He had no idea that Sasuke had also left a shadow clone behind to listen. The noise might get annoying. Sakura seemed to be lost. What are they talking about, sensei? Kakashi just shrugged. I'm not sure. Hey, Sasuke. How about a date when we get back? She wasn't thinking about that anymore. No thanks. Naruto shook his head and kept walking ahead of the others. Kakashi looked like he remembered something. He took out the scroll the boy had given him and said, "Oh yes, Naruto. I almost forgot. I was hoping you'd let me." Naruto gave a shrug. Keep it. I have about 10 copies. When Ken and Ryu were mad at him for not studying enough, they liked making him write it all down again from memory. The Chunin put it back in his shirt and seemed to feel better. He was going to ask to keep it for a little while longer. He wished to talk about it with the Hokage. Thanks. Naruto let out another sigh and seemed to feel a little better. Man. I'm gonna get me a big bowl of ramen when we get home. The food was terrible here. Kakashi stood in front of the desk of the Hokage. He had gone to the ramen shop with Naruto, and all of his students had gone home. He then went to the Hokage's office to give his report. That day, Mitarashi Anko was sitting next to the old man. She was looking at the Chunin with a blank face. Huh? A little more than usual, Sarutobi was slouched in his chair. His cheek was in his hand as he looked at Kakashi. So, let me get this straight. The Chunin gave the old man a low look and a nod. My report is accurate. The Kunoichi laughed. This is some kind of joke, right? Kakashi turned his head away. I'm afraid not. Oh, there's one more thing I'd like you to look at, sir. He opened his shirt and placed a heavy, very long scroll on the man's desk. The Hokage seemed to be lost. The Art of War in the Book of the Five Rings? He opened it and saw very little writing. He cleared his throat, put on a pair of reading glasses, and took a quick look. The scroll looks like it would roll out to about 20 feet long. It looked like Anko didn't believe Kakashi. The Devil Zabuza? The missing nin from the Hidden Mist? The one who? Kakashi smiled and nodded. The same. She gave him a mean look and nod on the tip of her thumb. Iruka tells me the boy is an idiot. He was at the bottom of his class. He talks about him as if he was his son. You're telling me that kid managed to pull all this off, beat 2 Chunin, kill 2 Chunin, act as an expert spy, and come up with a brilliant plan to save the Wave Country village, turn 2 enemy nin into double agents, and get a bridge named after him? All while protecting the client? She sat in her seat next to the elderly man as he examined the scroll. She got one nod from Kakashi. I'm afraid so. To be honest, I'm starting to wonder about Iruka's competence. That boy is a genius. After reading the scroll in silence for a while, Sarutobi spoke. Anko seemed to be thinking about it so much that she had a headache. It looked like she didn't believe it. The old man quickly read through the writing and had a lot of it unfolded while he did so. He did this to get a sense of what he was holding. The Hokage asked Kakashi, "Where did you get this?" "It's brilliant." The Chunin teacher gave a nod. "I noticed. Take a look at the author just under the title on the front side of the scroll." The old man rolled up the paper just enough to turn the front side over. He looked at it for a very long time. "Why? You've got to be." Anko frowned and leaned over his shoulder. "What is that? Uzumaki Naruto? What is it anyway? Ways to cook ramen or something?" The old man looked at her, then gave it to her. "Have a look for yourself." He got a dirty look from the woman, who then took the scroll. It was open, and she began to look through it herself. The old man and Kakashi stood there for a while she did this. Her face turned blanker and blanker. "This is some sort of tactics manual?" Kakashi gave a nod. "I saw with my own eyes that what is written in this scroll was practically applied. This isn't a joke, and it's not some accident. That boy is a genius. I am confident he could have taken Zabuza and finished this mission alone if he'd needed to. He nearly killed him when we ran into him the first time, and killed 2 missed Chunin before they even saw him. As Anko sat on the edge of the Hokage's desk, she kicked her leg. She said with a strange grin, "Interesting. This is Naruto? That Naruto? Are you kidding me?" Kakashi gave a nod. "The same." She turned around and looked over her shoulder. "He's not got enough missions for the exam yet. I want him anyway." From under his hat, the old man looked up at her. "He is Kakashi's student for now. The next Chunin exam won't be for several months." The woman made a face and kept reading the scroll. She looked at the old man with a smirk and narrowed her eyes a little. "This boy. He's a proven spy, a silent killer, and from the looks of this, a born leader. He belongs in the Anbu. I want him." There was a heavy sigh from the Hokage. "The Chunin exams won't be for another 5 months. I see no reason we should rush things." Kakashi just shrugged. "He's ready now. The other two need more training. He took to basic chakra control in a day. He's figured out that he can use his shadow clones to speed up his training. If there was a way to get him through the exams on his own, I'd do it in a moment. He's single-handedly gotten his teammates to work together, shown an aptitude for planning successful strategy, and has taken an interest in Sasuke in particular. The Uchiha boy has been working with him on his own. I'd like to keep them together a bit longer at least, and get Haruno involved. I think he could do them both a lot of good. It will do him a lot of good as well. He's still very mistrusting, and has a hard time relating to others." Anko made a face and nodded. "I suppose you're right. The exams are still a few months away." "Uchiha, huh? Didn't think that kid got along with anyone. Can't say I blame him." He added, "They're good for each other and quickly becoming friends, even though neither of them will admit it." Kakashi agreed and crossed his arms. "Naruto may well be capable of becoming a Chunin, but I feel a few more months of being a genin will do him some good as well. I've no doubt he'll pass the exam." The Kunoichi gave a nod. "Well, it's not as easy as making it through on his own, you know." Kakashi smiled and nodded. "I'm aware of that. I don't doubt his ability to get his team through. Not after what I've seen." The Hokage said, "Yes. You seem sure of that." It looked like Kakashi was thinking about it. "Naruto is a genius, and he's working well with Sakura and Sasuke. I'll be amazed if he doesn't make it to the final round of the exams." The old man said, "Yes. Very well. We'll see. I'll trust your judgment, and based on what I've seen, I'm giving you a B-ranked mission tomorrow. Be ready." The Junin gave a nod and looked calm. Anko seemed a little confused about why the news didn't bother him at all. She looked back at the scroll and kept reading as he left. She looked at the Hokage with wide eyes and asked, "B ranked?" While his team worked, Kakashi stood behind them. He saw Naruto next to him, who looked as calm as ever. Sasuke smiled and raised his head. The old man smiled and took a puff from his pipe. "That's correct. We've been getting reports of unusual activities around the southern village of Kugami, on the border of Tea Country. You're being sent to investigate, report on your findings, and take action if it is needed." Naruto asked the old man, "What kinds of things do you do?" "Missing supplies, a few robberies, and about 15 missing persons. The town is a trade village. It's an important part of the trade route with Tea Country." The Hokage gave a firm nod. "We've gotten no reports of violence, but no one has heard anything about the missing persons. They may be dead, but don't appear to be being used as hostages. We've not heard word of any ransom or demands. According to reports, no bodies have been found either." Kakashi looked at the boy in the hood and then back at the Hokage. "Has anyone else been sent to investigate yet?" The old man turned his head away. "No. The local representative has asked for a team at B rank rates. Details are unusually sparse, and I've been getting the runaround from officials in the capital I've tried to contact about it. I suspect they know more than they've told us so far. Things are being kept quiet though. Your priority is to discover the nature of the problem, and report it. After that, whether or not you take action will be decided by your team leader. You aren't being asked to do anything about the problem as an order, but Kakashi will assess the risk involved and decide on the best course to take from there. He looked up at Kakashi and nodded. Sounds like politics are involved. That could be a pain. Sasuke made a face. What would you know? She was pretty quiet and hung her head as her face turned red. The Hokage laughed. He's probably right. It's not usually this difficult to get information out of the capital. Someone is hiding something, I'm certain. Okay, let's go on another trip. I hope the food is better this time. Naruto didn't seem happy or sad. Kakashi sighed deeply and shook his head. Sasuke turned his back on the other genin. Maybe they'll name a restaurant after you this time? Naruto gave him a mean look for a moment and didn't say anything back. The old man smiled a little. You'll leave in the morning. I suggest getting some rest and packing your things this evening. Kakashi looked at the three of them and then left the room. Be at the south gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. It looked like Sasuke had his hands in his pockets. How much do you want to bet he won't be there when we show up? Sakura felt a little hot, so she walked after them. Before Naruto went after them, the old man looked up. He placed a well-known scroll on Uzumaki's desk and said, I'd like to talk with you for a moment. He looked at the boy again and then moved in front of his desk. Huh? What is it? Sarutobi smiled at him in a sly way. This is a very interesting scroll. I'm to understand you wrote it? The boy just nodded. Yeah. He was smiled and nodded at by Sarutobi. It's pretty impressive work, boy. I admit I'm a bit surprised. Come with me for a moment. They went to a table. There was a model fortress on it with two opposing nin forces shown by small wooden figures. People with bows, swords, spears, and kunai were some of the different kinds. They had red and blue paint on them. The red ones were outside the wooden fortress's gates, and the blue ones were guarding it. They were already set up in a way that made it easy to attack or defend the fort. The area around the model was made up of fake trees, small mounds of colored sand that looked like hills, and a few small rocks scattered across the landscape. A painted blue area showed where the water came from. What would you do if you were commanding these men? It was Naruto who looked up at him and frowned. Which side? Both. I want to see what you can do, whether you take over or protect the fort from attack, the old man said, stepping behind the boy and putting his hand on his shoulder. He began right away, after looking at the tabletop scene for a moment. Well, if I was commanding these men. Naruto then spent about 10 minutes talking about the pros and cons of both sides and then came up with good battle plans for each. He pointed out flaws in both the attack and defense formations, as well as the model's better land features and weaker fort defenses. These were then changed based on things like time of day and weather. It took him about 15 minutes to do everything. The old man stood there and watched. He put his hand under his chin and made a funny face with one finger over his mouth. It was clear that the boy knew exactly what was on the scroll and how to use it from the word, I see. He seemed to know what to do right away and didn't take long to figure out what was going on. He smiled and looked down at the boy. Very interesting. About that scroll. The kid looked at him and said, yes. Kakashi-sensei showed y'all that? I showed it to him while we were at that old man Tazuna's place. It was a nod from the Hokage. I'd like your permission to put it into print. I'm planning on adding it to the academy curriculum. His eyes got a little bigger. Huh? He asked as he looked at the scroll on the old man's desk and then back up at the shogun. Do what y'all want with it. After a friendly pat on the shoulder, the old man walked back behind his desk. I'm sure it will prove invaluable. I'd also like you to give Sakura and Sasuke a copy, and tell them I asked that they study it. They should be able to read through it on the trip if nothing else. Kakashi told me you've made several. I'm planning on making it required reading for the nin of this village. There was some surprise in Naruto's face, and his eyes had grown even bigger. Huh? It's not that big a deal. If you say so. Sarutobi laughed a little and shook his head. Very strange. My boy, from what I've heard, that knowledge has served you well. The boy looked like he was thinking about it. Yeah. It's my path. He took a seat back in his chair. I think it will serve this village well also. Perhaps more than you'll realize for a long time. This sort of knowledge can strengthen our village for generations. It's the reason I gave you this mission. Good luck, I suggest you get some sleep. When the old man looked up again, the boy was gone. Naruto was playing shogi in the woods near his home, just outside of the village. He had a lot of clones training nearby. While it wasn't too hard, he knew he'd be sore and need a good night's sleep when he got home. Ken was having fun. They named a bridge after you? Naruto looked grumpy. It's not my fault. The Hokage says that scroll of mine is going to be taught at the academy now. Ryu looked happy. Really? A bit sooner than we expected. The kid looked angry. You're not mad or anything? I mean, I know you told me I shouldn't talk about what we're doing. Yes. I figured as much. Ken and Ryu were gone in an instant. He stopped moving and looked over his shoulder with wide eyes. He stood up in front of the chessboard and looked at Kakashi, who was leaning against a tree. It was said, "Hi, you two must be Naruto's friends." The men were not there, but they both knew they were seen. Mind telling me what you're doing here? We're a hidden village after all. There are reasons for that. Naruto's face got sad. Crap. Well, it looks like they found us, Ken said with a funny tone in his voice. Ryu laughed from nearby. It's about time. It only took 2.5 years. Who are you? Kakashi asked. He didn't seem upset and kept his cool as he looked around the woods around him. He had no idea where the voices were coming from. To his right, Ken was leaning against a tree. In front of him, Ryu was standing, and Naruto was standing between him and the Chunin. Kakashi stood still and looked at them. They looked very strong and were dressed in black. They wore hoods and masks over their faces to hide them. The person to his right spoke first. To be honest, we're from another dimension. Ninja are different where we come from. Here, it seems like a word that just means martial artist. Ryu shrugged a little. We sort of ended up stuck here in the area around the village about 3 years ago, more or less. This one was the first person we met. He nodded to Naruto. Kakashi laughed. Another dimension? He didn't seem to believe it. Ken gave a shrug. Well, we trained him in exchange for information about how things worked around here. We've been doing a bit of traveling around this fire country of yours while you were off on missions. We've learned quite a bit. The Chunin smiled and nodded. I see. Why are you hiding? Ryu gave a sigh. It's what we do. We aren't planning on staying hidden forever, you know. This boy, he's been trained quite well. Consider what we've taught him as a gift. An offering of peace between us. The kid made a face and looked at his 3 teachers. Oh man. What should I do? Kakashi stood up straight and looked at both of them. I'm sure the Hokage would like to meet you. Ken turned his head away. We've got nothing to offer you. We're not training anyone else either. I'm sure we'll find a use for ourselves sooner or later though. Kakashi gave a quick nod. I see. Ryu looked very happy. We like this village. It's an interesting place. Our student, he's not been treated very well. We heard about his unique situation. Ken said yes. It's not a very good excuse. Kakashi turned his head away from Naruto and gave him a mean look. Are you eating a bird? The boy pulled a few lips from together. His answer was, kind of. He put the dead but almost whole animal behind his back and looked a little embarrassed. That old man, Iruka, and you are pretty much the only people we really respect here. His 2 teammates are good for him too, but no one else. Ken didn't pay attention to the Chunin's surprise as Naruto wiped blood from his mouth with his sleeve. You've been good to our student. We understand he's proven himself quite useful. Kakashi didn't seem happy, but he didn't say anything either. I see. What do you want here? Ryu gave a sigh. We've retired. To be honest, we don't really want anything from the village right now. Well, that's not exactly true. We're certainly not interested in spending the rest of our lives teaching a bunch of brats what we know. I doubt you'd trust us with that anyway. Kakashi made a face. I see. That's what you want with Naruto. The blonde kid blinked. Huh? Ryu laughed. He's got to figure that out on his own. He's beginning to, but he's not ready yet. Ken smiled and nodded. The more respect he's earned, the more likely we are to be welcome. Just showing up won't get us much respect, and we're not likely to be welcome right now. Another shinobi gave a nod. We've got no place to call home here. When we feel we've proven ourselves useful enough, we'll probably settle down here. No point in rushing things. You're not very trusting, and fearful of things you don't understand. When Kakashi looked back up, both of the shinobi that he had seen before were gone. His answer was, I think I get it. He knew why the men might think that. He also knew they were right. It was hard to admit it, though. Naruto seemed a little stressed. Am I in some sort of trouble? The Chunin turned his head away. It looked like the two men were gone. No. You're fine. You trust these men? The kid said, yes. I'm sure they're not lying. They aren't bad or anything. I know they wouldn't hurt the village. Kakashi turned his head. What makes you so sure? Naruto smiled at him, but it was weak and sincere. They've done more for Konoha than you think. We've played a few pranks, but they won't let anything hurt this place. They don't have a home here, or a family. This place is safe. The Chunin looked up at the tree's canopy in the sky. I don't see any reason not to believe you. We don't know them, so I'm still a little wary, he said, waving his hand for the boy to follow. Come on, boys. We have a mission tomorrow and some traveling to do. Don't run off without me. I need to talk to you about something. He led the boy along as they walked. He got down on his knees next to the boy when they got to the edge of the woods. Naruto. I understand what they told you about keeping what they teach you a secret. The boy turned his head away and looked at the ground. Yeah. Look, it's bad if I don't listen to them. They won't hurt me or anything, but... Kakashi looked happy. They seem to be good teachers. You're not an instructor either. One day you will be. Do you understand? The kid moved his head back and forth. He got a wink from his teacher. They don't want you to share what you've learned, because you're not really ready to be a teacher yet. One day you will be. I think I get what this is about now. Still not sure what to think, the boy looked up at him. What do you mean, sensei? Are you sure I'm not in trouble? The Chunin turned his head away. I'm not planning on telling anyone about this yet. Don't worry. It wouldn't do much good right now. I want you to listen to me though. If you can help Sasuke or Sakura with something you know, you should share it with them. I'm pretty sure they won't be angry if you do. The boy just nodded. He still seemed a little tense and uncertain. Well, they said I shouldn't talk about what I do with them. Some trees nearby gave Ken a place to lean. Kakashi and Naruto both turned to look at him. Yes. We didn't say you couldn't show someone else how to do something if it will help you, or your mission either. You just can't talk about where you learned it. We told you already, we might say things that aren't really true, or imply something different than the true meaning, in order to get you to learn something. You're not ready to teach. You've got a long way to go. Kakashi and Naruto turned around to face Ryu, who was on the other side. We told you we'd look out for you. We told you we'd teach you, and we will, whether you like it or not. You see, you are our key to Konoha and a life here on this world. We're retired, and you are our final student. Kakashi looked a little pale. When he looked at Naruto, his shock had gone down a lot. He thought they were both long gone. The boy seemed to be lost. Key? I'm not sure what you mean. They turned around and went into the woods, away from the other two. One day you will. It's not as hard to understand as it seems, Ken said as he disappeared into the night. After getting up, Kakashi began walking toward the village. As he got closer to the gates, he let out a heavy sigh. Get some sleep. I've seen enough for now. Don't worry. You're not in any trouble. He was not going to tell anyone such a crazy story. People would believe him, but it wouldn't help them much. There was still some worry in the back of his mind, but not as much as before. He sat down a little less straight because he seemed to understand that was a big reason the men were staying hidden. He thought they were men, at least. He was too tired to do anything but think about what was on his mind. He wasn't sure if he would get much sleep that night, though. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were all standing at the southern gate of Konoha. He saw that the other genin was angry. Sasuke popped his tongue and moaned. I knew it. Sakura was pretty angry. He's late. Their friend looked like he was thinking about something as he reached into his bag. The two people with him didn't notice when he took out 2 scrolls. Hey. I'm supposed to give you 2 these. The heavy scrolls that Sakura and Sasuke were given made them look both annoyed and lost. The girl gave it a frown. What is this? Sasuke looked at it. Some sort of jutsu scroll? The boy with the hood shrugged. Nah. The Hokage said every nin in the village has to read this. It's something they're adding to the academy's curriculum this year. The two of them frowned at the heavy scrolls. The title was read out loud by Sakura. The Art of War in the Book of 5 Rings? It made Sasuke's eyes narrow as he read what was written on it. By Uzumaki Naruto? You're joking, right? The kid shook his head. Nope. You gotta learn this stuff. Kakashi walked up behind Sakura and Sasuke and put his hands on their shoulders. Sakura tried to speak out though. Ah. The new tactics manual. I see Naruto's given you your copies. Good. You two should read through it on the way to Kugami. I expect you to study hard, you should know it by the time we get back to the village. He seemed happy. Sasuke gave the man a rather blank look as he looked up at him. Huh? Sakura's mouth was open. You're joking. The teacher put out his hand and began to walk. Come on, we've got a long way to travel. We should be there in a week or so. Plenty of time to read up and get some studying done. Sasuke yawned and frowned as he put the heavy scroll back into his pack. His eyes were a little red. It was pointless, boring, and went on for too long. Some of the things written in it were things he had heard Naruto say before. He thought it was a bunch of idle talk and philosophy. Sakura's copy didn't make things look much better. They were walking through the woods behind Kakashi and Naruto. She had read it twice. Even though the boy wasn't gone, both kids knew that shadow clones were hiding in the woods around them. They were walking on a dirt path in the shade. It wasn't too hot or too cold. Summer was coming quickly, but it wasn't here yet. He looked back at the kunoichi over his shoulder. You've been quiet. The last time we took a trip like this, you'd driven Sasuke off on his own a bunch of times by this point. He's not had to turn you down once yet. He got a mean look from the girl, who then put the scroll away. She turned her nose up after reading it for the 3rd time. He made her angry inside, and she said, I wasn't expecting to have to study all this on the way. Her cheeks were burning. The boy with dark hair put his hands behind his head and looked up at the trees. Tell me about it. Talk about boring. It is kind of nice to get a little peace and quiet on the way, I suppose. Sakura had a surprised look on her face. Even though her eyes were a little tired, she found it very interesting. Her answer was, I guess. Why are you so upset? Asked the blonde shinobi. He shook his head and turned to walk with them. Haruno looked at them and then at the dirt path in front of them. This is a B-ranked mission. We're just genin. Sasuke gave her a mean look. What? After that mess with Zabuza? You don't think we can handle it? The girl got a little red. Well, I know we were given credit for an A-ranked mission, but still. I thought genin weren't supposed to be assigned more than a C-ranked mission. This is unusual. I don't get it, I mean. Naruto smiled and nodded. Well, we done a good job. The Hokage wouldn't send us if he didn't think we could do it. That was a serious nod from Sasuke. I'm looking forward to it. Besides, it might not be anything really dangerous. The girl looked thoughtful but said, yes. She tried not to say it, but she wasn't sure she could handle it on her own. I know. She was sure that Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi would be okay. She hadn't done much besides train in the woods and drive a boat on their last mission. Naruto let out an angry snort. You'll be fine. Geez, don't worry so much. Haruno got a little red and didn't say anything. It looked like he knew what she was thinking. That made her a little upset. She didn't just want to be fine. She wanted to be able to handle things and help people. A kunoichi shouldn't do nothing but watch other people work. At first, she thought of herself as the team's brain, but Naruto had pretty much shattered that idea. The scroll he gave her didn't really help. She didn't think she was good enough and felt like a burden on the team. Sasuke gave her a mean look. What? You're afraid you can't handle it? He's right, isn't he? He didn't look at her and kept his hands behind his head. Just stay out of the way then. He got a frown from Naruto. Shut the hell up, Uchiha. No one stands around on this team. The nin with black hair looked away from both of them and asked, who put you in charge? Kakashi took a quick look back. He turned around and looked ahead at the road. I did. Uzumaki is squad leader when I'm not around. You'll do fine, Sakura. You've grown as much as they have. You've done your job well, and the team has needed your support. We've all got roles to play, and you're doing an outstanding job in yours. Keep it up. That looked strange to all three of the kids. He hung his head and growled. His hands fell to his sides, and he balled up his fist a little. Naruto turned his head away. What is wrong with you, man? Quit being a jerk for no good reason. We don't need you talking down to her and making things worse than they are. We might need her, and if we do, she needs to be at her best. With her mouth open a little, the girl with pink hair looked over at the back of his head. She looked a little angry because her nose was scrunched up. I'm fine. I'm just a bit nervous. We've never been assigned a B-rank mission before. It's kind of unusual. I can handle it fine. As they came out of the woods and into a field, Kakashi gave them a nod. In the far distance, there were more trees, and they could make out rooftops in the middle of the forest. This team is more unusual than you think, Sakura. That's not a bad thing, you're more fortunate to be here than you realize. A weak smile and a nod from the girl. He moved up next to the Chunin. That's it? Kakashi gave a nod. Yup. I've not been here in years. It was dark and quiet in the woods around the village. It went through the middle of the village and out to the edge of tea country on a single road. Naruto turned his head to the side. Not much traffic. It's the middle of the day and the middle of the week. Sasuke frowned as he walked by. So? Seems like the middle of nowhere to me. Kakashi didn't say anything. Naruto had a point. Even though it was a major trade route, no one was going up or down it. Keep your eyes open. We've got to speak with the counselor. He's the one who sent for us. We should learn more about what's going on then. He turned around and saw Sakura and Sasuke. Hey. Both of you make a shadow clone and stick with mine. I want to have more eyes on what's going on when we get to the village. The girl looked scared, and both of the students copied her. One of Sakura's genin friends had shown her how to do it on the trip. Kakashi looked at the three of them and didn't say anything. The copies of them ran off into the woods. It was about 15 for Naruto, and Sakura and Sasuke each had one. Naruto was talking to them, he could hear. Sakura, stick with me. Sasuke, you go with that me. The rest of me are going to spread out and have a look around the area. There was a frown on the real Sakura's face, and her clone gave her an angry look. Well, I guess I get to stay with Sasuke. She turned to look at him, but he was looking around on the side of the road instead. Maybe I should make another one? He looked over at her and shook his head. No. One is enough. If you make too many and wear yourself out, the one you've got won't be useful. The kunoichi wasn't happy. What? You made like 20. Yeah. I've got a lot more stamina than either of you, because... It was Kakashi who spoke up and shook his head. Uzumaki. The boy put down his phone and turned to face the village gate. They were getting close to the town. Sasuke dipped his head and barked. He knew what the boy was going to say, but he wasn't sure what it meant. Sakura looked lost, but she didn't say anything more. Given the approach, Kugami was a bit of a surprise. People were walking around and selling goods and food on the corners. People were also going about their daily lives in the main street, which was very crowded. The three ninjas and Sakura made their way through the crowd. The girl looked around and shook. This place. I'm not sure why, but it reminds me of the Wave Country village. Sasuke seemed shocked. Really? It looks like they have plenty to eat and sell, he asked. He saw guards with spears standing on many of the corners, their faces stiff and alert. The street was clean, and smoke was coming from some homes and businesses that were on top of their buildings. No other sounds could be heard besides the chatter and noise of business. The group got closer to the big house in the middle of town. Around the gate, there were several armed guards, but one stood out. There was a scar across his face that went diagonally from his nose to the middle of his chest. He smiled and crossed his arms over his chest as he watched them come up. Ah, welcome. You must be the Leaf Nin that the counselor sent for, he said with a short bow and a wave of his arm. I am the town sheriff, Mukashi. Kakashi nodded and looked around. Seems like things are going well here. What seems to be the problem? We weren't given much information. The man walked with them as they went through the gate. Well, I think it's best if I let the counselor explain. It's a bit sensitive, and talking about it makes the guards and villagers nervous. Naruto was on the roofs of the back streets of the village. Along with him was Sasuke. The boy with raven hair looked lost. This is weird. His friend gave him a nod. Yeah. It's completely different here than on the main street. I wonder what's up. When Sasuke looked down at the dirty streets below, he frowned. They gave off a smell that people on the main street couldn't smell. There's almost no one around. The doors are all shut up. Naruto gave a nod. Yeah. I think everyone is on the main road. I don't see anyone who looks like they're from out of town either. Again, Sasuke used binoculars to look out over the village. He shrugged and gave them to Naruto. So what? Uzumaki frowned as he carefully looked over the rooftops. The nearest town is 3 days from here in Tea Country. All the inns look empty. This is a major trade route and I don't see any traffic passing through here. This is the only road out of Tea Country. Fire Country is the only country that borders it. Sasuke just shrugged. Maybe they like shipping things? I've heard they've got a big navy, and everyone knows about Tea Country's merchant marines. He took the lenses out of his eyes and glared at the ground. That doesn't make sense to me. Sure, they do a lot of shipping, but shipping is expensive and not as safe. It costs a lot more than running most goods across land. There are a few exceptions, and some places you can't get to without a ship. Still, Fire Country has pretty relaxed border and trade laws as well. We're in the middle of just about everyone else. So a lot of trade passes through our borders at some point. We've got good relations with Tea Country as well. I've not heard anything about hostilities with them. Most of the trade with the Eastern Island nations comes off our ports, after traveling across land through our borders. Sasuke just shrugged. Great. So you're an economist now too? What's that mean? Naruto made a face. I hate politics. Something is up, and it looks like both Tea and Fire countries have stopped running trade through here for some reason. His friend just shrugged. What do we do then? He let out a heavy sigh. We keep digging about to learn more. If you want to be useful as a ninja, you need to keep your ear open for politics. Sometimes it can give you an idea about what you might be doing in the future. Don't forget, part of our job is being spies and assassins. That means putting up with a lot of boring crap sometimes. Sasuke made a face. Ask around? The villagers might know something maybe? Naruto turned his head away. Once Kakashi gets out of his meeting with the counselor, we'll see what we've learned there. We might not be able to ask anyone here about this, and from the look of things. Sasuke frowned and asked, what? You don't think anyone here will say anything? Naruto turned his head away. He looked at the heavy stone building that looked like a small fort and said, I don't think so. Take a look. Uchiha made a face and growled a little. There were a lot of people in the prison. They were in rags and were chained together. Some of them were being held by racks, and there was blood on a big cutting block. What the? The blond boy gave a serious nod. He stopped and looked over his shoulder. This place isn't what it seems. Something bad is going on here. I think Sakura and one of me have found something in the woods. I'm not sure yet though. Sakura and Naruto jumped from the trees to the ground. Naruto moved the brush out of the way and looked at his friend over his shoulder. It was a small path with a vine just a few inches above the ground. He said, "There's a tripwire there." Behind them was a branch that had been pulled back and had sharp wooden spikes attached to it. The kunoichi frowned and gave a proper nod. A trap? Naruto looked back at her and nodded. Yeah. This isn't for catching game either. One of my clones stumbled across it. There was a look into the woods ahead of her. What should we do then? Report back? Naruto turned his head away. There's something up ahead. This looks like some sort of defense against intruders. We should see if we can figure out what it is. It looked like the girl was a little nervous as she said, "There will be more ahead then." The kid just shrugged. If we set one off, the worst that could happen is that our jutsu will break. Calm down, man. Come on. He stood up and fisted the air. His clothes looked simple and dusty, and his hair was brown. He said, "Henge." Shortly after. She looked shocked and asked, "What? What are you doing?" He looked at her. "Change into something like this. We're gonna try and get someone's attention." The girl looked lost, but she did the jutsu and showed up wearing a simple, worn out dress and having red hair. Like this? Naruto gave a nod. That should work. Come on, he said. He jumped over the tripwire and began walking along the open path. They were able to avoid 3 similar traps after a while: a spiked log, a covered pit, and another one of the dangerous branch traps. Somewhere along the way, the path split into 5 different directions. There were armed men all around them as they moved into the middle and looked down the paths. Well, what do we have here? There were 10 men, 3 with bows, 2 with swords, and 5 with spears. They were being watched, and Naruto put up his hands. The person in front of them was carrying a sword, and they were all dressed more like regular people than like thieves or hired guns. Sakura had a scared look on her face. Who are you people? The group's leader made a face. His brown hair was shoulder length, and his blue eyes were very clear. He looked like he was in his mid-20s and was looking at his friends. I don't know these kids. The other people looked lost and either shrugged or shook their heads at him. He turned around to face them. Naruto frowned when he saw that their collars all had a leaf symbol sewn on them. But it wasn't the same as the one from Konoha. There's more of a branch with a small leaf growing out of the middle that points up. He put his sword away and frowned at them. Who are you? What are you doing out here? It's dangerous for someone your age to be out here. Naruto gave a shrug. We're from Tanzaku. My sister and I were separated from our parents about 2 days ago. They were merchants on their way to tea country. We were hoping to meet them in the village, but we got lost in these woods after we almost got killed by a trap some jerk set up. The man gave them a frown. Siblings, huh? You don't look much alike. Sakura gave her friend a mean look. He's adopted. Who the heck are you? What's the big idea jumping out at us this way? The lead man looked at his friends. You're lucky you didn't get killed out here, he said, pointing at the 2 men behind him. You two, keep an eye on them and bring them with us. We'll take them back with us, and let Tanuki decide what to do with them. Naruto looked grumpy. Who the heck is Tanuki? The person behind him made a face. Don't ask any more questions, kid. Just get moving, someone told him. A poke in the back made him stumble forward. Kakashi stood in front of a long table that was full of food. There was a fat man with a mustache and a nice purple suit sitting in front of it. He was eating berries while watching them come. The 3 genin kept quiet as they stood behind their teacher. We're from Konoha. What seems to be the problem? The man slammed his hands on the table and glared at the nin. He looked at the junin with a frown and a frown. What the hell is this? I paid B rank rates, and I get sent 1 Chunin and 3 brats? Mukashi held out his hand. Sir. This is Kakashi, a famous nin of Konoha. I assure you, it will be enough for our problem. This is the perfect man for the job. The man's cheeks shook for a moment. He sat down and seemed to calm down. Very well. It had better be. Kakashi took a quick look at Mukashi and then turned to face the counselor. What seems to be the problem, sir? We weren't given much information. The fat man slammed a cherry tomato in his mouth and glared at the window in the dining hall's main room. Tanuki. He let out a small blink. A raccoon? Sasuke looked really mad. What are we? Pest control? Sounds like another D-rank mission to me. The fat man smiled at him in a mean way and looked like he was going to hit the boy. Don't be stupid. Tanuki is a man. He's the bandit king, and terrorizing this village from his hidden base in the woods surrounding us. We can't find him. None of the men I've sent to hunt him has come back. I'm tired of wasting guards. They're expensive, and none of the trade caravans are making it through anymore. With no trade, we're running short on funds and supplies. He let out a rough snort. Sasuke looked really mad. Doesn't look like you're short on food to me. Kakashi gave a funny face and rolled his eyes. Mukashi looked at the boy and frowned. Well, without the trade coming in from Tea Country, and exports moving out from Fire Country, what we have won't last long. We've been prosperous for a long time. The village is still doing well, as you saw. It was decided it was best to take care of this before things got desperate. Kakashi gave a nod. So, you want us to take care of this bandit for you? Hunt him down, and get rid of him. The fat counselor gave a nod. That's right. Dead or alive. I'd prefer alive. I want him hanging in my gallows if I can. I won't be upset with just his head though. Do whatever it takes to take care of the problem. Everyone in the genin looked at each other. Kakashi turned away with a small nod. He waved at his students and said, let's see what we can do. Come on. Sakura and Naruto were on their knees in a big open space. There were thatched roof huts made of wood that were hung from the trees with simple wooden bridges connecting them. Their hands were tied, and they watched as 20 men moved around the camp. As everyone was armed, some women and children watched from the shelters. And he saw that some of the people around them were closely watching them while folding up things that didn't look like clothes. Sakura put her arm around Naruto. What is this place? The boy gave her a quick look and spoke out of the corner of his mouth. Hey, stay quiet. It's some kind of bandit camp. He didn't want one of the men to get rough with them and knock them out of the jutsu. So far, they had been pretty gentle with them, and the kids looked like normal kids. Outside of the men who were guarding them, a man with long blonde hair and good looks walked out. The person in charge of the group that had caught them told the man, we found them wandering around in the woods. They say they got lost in Tanzaku and were separated from their parents. It looks like they were hoping to meet them here. A bow was over the man's shoulder, and he held a sword in his hand. Unfortunate. I don't expect their parents will show up here. No one comes through Kugami these days. They probably heard and turned away by now. He leaned in and looked at the pair. What of those visitors? The swordsman who had caught them just shrugged. A nin from Leaf Village and 3 genin. All of them were seen going to see the counselor. They're all in the village and speaking with him right now. Naruto's eyes looked like they were getting pretty cloudy. Hey. What the heck is going on anyway? Who the heck are you guys? One of Sakura's eyes was fixed on him. What do you mean our parents won't come here? Why not? They said they were traveling to Tea Country. This is the only road. She looked worried and frightened. The blonde man laughed. I am the great Tanuki, the bandit king and leader of these joyous men. You're trespassing in my little kingdom, I'm afraid. Kanzaki? What have you heard about their story? The man said, yes. It's possible they speak the truth. One of our traps near the road was set off. The blonde man said, yes. Why did you leave the road? The girl turned red. I had to pee. There was a turn of the head and a look away. That's not what it sounded like to me. She turned her head to glare at him as her cheeks turned red. Shut the hell up, you jerk. The two got a frown from Tanuki. They showed a lot of signs of being siblings. We'll allow no merchants to pass this road. The people of this village suffer and starve in the grip of the evil counselor, while he grows fat and rich on the trade that passed through here. He walked away from the pair. Don't say that I can't be kind, though. Take them to the edge of the woods and let them go. He looked back at both of them. You won't find your parents in that village. Go back to Tanzaku and wait for them there. They looked at each other and then back up at the man. As the men moved up behind them, they didn't say anything for a moment. The boy looked lost as Kanzaki stepped in between them and put his hands on their shoulders. Wait. What's going on here? How does stopping trade and bothering merchants help these people anyway? The blonde man looked back at them with eyes that were a deep green color. It made Sakura red, so she turned away. He looked angry at her for a moment. We steal from the rich, and use the money and food to feed and clothe the poor people of this village. He walked away. No one leaves this village alive once they enter. The evil counselor and his bastard sheriff hold the people here captive, and tax them into poverty while he grows fat and rich in his mansion. Once you reach the edge of the forest, leave this cursed place and don't look back. If we find you in these woods again, we'll kill you. You're not welcome here, and you won't find any more hospitality in the village. You've been warned. These people were now known as Kanzaki. He grabbed them by their chains and pushed them in front of him. After a short time, he cut their wrists free and pushed them out of the forest and into the fields. Watch them walk away from the edge of the woods and say, "Get lost. Don't come back." Naruto rubbed his wrists and then walked off with Sakura. For a long time, the man looked at them. He went back into the woods when they were almost a half-mile away, and they said, "What a jerk." Sakura looked confused and irritated at the same time. This is weird. What's with that guy? I mean, the counselor called us here, right? If he's doing all that, why would he do this? He smiled at her and looked over his shoulder. Hey. That Tanuki guy. His drawing fingers are worn and have thick calluses on them. He's really good with that bow of his. I'm betting the counselor hasn't been able to catch him, so he sent for us to deal with him. The girl sighed deeply. Too bad, he was kind of hot. He looked a little sick. Gross. She gave him a frown. I didn't say he wasn't a jerk. The blonde shinobi let out a heavy sigh. Yeah. Well, I'm willing to bet that counselor guy is planning to get rid of us to make sure we don't report back too. Sakura sat down on the grass because she looked a little tired. Naruto gave her a smile and a shoulder pat. Good job. Come on, we'll break the jutsu. We've found out all we can hear, and we're out of that jerk's sight now. Naruto was leaning against the wall next to the gate, which was just outside the village. They walked out of the woods together, and he looked toward the western end of the woods. He waved them to go to the eastern woods and then disappeared. After walking through the brush for a while, Nin sat together in a tight circle. Kakashi was the first to speak. What do we know so far? Sasuke turned around and looked back at the village. This place isn't doing that well. Aside from what we saw on the main street, the houses and businesses are empty. There's not much food, the homes almost looked abandoned. I think everyone in town was putting on a show when we got here. Naruto gave a nod. Yes. That's not entirely true. The villagers have food and money, but it's hidden away. Whatever they've got in their homes is concealed carefully. In secret compartments, as if they're expecting to be searched and robbed. He seemed to agree with Sakura. Yes. This Tanuki guy, his camp is to the west of us. He's got lots of traps set up around it. There are about 30 of them altogether, including a few women and children. He's been raiding the merchant caravans, stealing money and food, and giving it to the villagers. Naruto made a face. Well, that's what he claims. He's doing a bit of that. Everyone in the village has a little food and money hidden away. I'm betting it's thanks to him. He also claims that the counselor is taxing them, and won't let anyone leave. His prison is full, and it's obvious there's been a few executions recently. The chopping block is still dirty. It looks ready to be used again at a moment's notice. Kakashi made a face. He's the representative, but he doesn't have the authority to levy taxes or authorize executions. There's no judge or court here. The sheriff has the authority to arrest and imprison criminals, but he's got to send them to Agamara for trial. Taxes are a national affair. He'd need approval from the trade board, and it would be imposed on all of us, not just here. Sasuke made a face. Sounds like he's running some sort of racket. Uzumaki made a face. That doesn't make sense though. He'd have to know that someone would notice sooner or later. This isn't a huge village, but it's not some backwater burg either. It seems that this Tanuki guy and the counselor are having some sort of dispute. The rest of it doesn't make sense though. What's his angle here? Kakashi made a face. He scratched his chin. The local magistrate has the authority to levy taxes and control trade in tea country. Naruto gave a nod. Yeah. This isn't tea country though. Sasuke seemed to be lost. Wait a minute. What was with all those guards anyway? Kakashi gave a nod. We've got a big problem. Sakura seemed to be lost. Huh? Naruto also seemed to understand it. Yeah. This place isn't under Fire Country's control anymore. That would explain why no one at the capital could tell us what's going on. It would seem we're in the middle of some sort of local civil war. Kakashi sat down and crossed his arms and legs to think. Tea Country wouldn't send trade through a war zone until they knew it was safe. I'm not even sure we should be here. We've probably halted trade ourselves until the mess clears up. I don't think anyone really knows what the status of this place is at all right now. Sasuke gave him a mean look over his shoulder. Shouldn't we be sending troops instead of a ninja team then? I mean, if they're taking this place over by force. Sakura looked a little shocked and mad. If the counselor is still working for Fire Country's capital, then he's a traitor. He's obviously running this place like a tea country village. Why send for us to take care of these bandits of his though? Naruto laughed. I think I get it. Tea Country doesn't have a village like Konoha. He's under siege by these bandits, and he can't get his new friends to bail him out. He's trying to defect the village politically, and not by force of arms. Sending an armed force to help him out would be seen as an act of war by Fire Country, and Tea Country doesn't have the forces to oppose that. This is an important trade hub, and Tea Country would very much like to get its hands on it. Kakashi gave a nod. Right. If it seems like the people here simply wanted to defect to Tea Country, they could set up defenses under the implication they're defending the rights and wishes of the people who live here. That would make it easy to put political pressure on Fire Country to just let the matter go and negotiate. Sakura seemed to be lost. So what do we do then? Help those bandits? There. Naruto turned his head away. They're in on it. Everyone looked at him. The boy laughed. They're trying to buy off the villagers' support. You see, the counselor is using Fire Country uniforms on the guards. He's operating under our flag. The bandits to the west of here are using Tea Country's markings while operating as saviors and heroes to the villagers. The village sees Tea Country as the only relief and sympathetic to their poverty, while the counselor forces them to hide it from visitors under armed guard with our flag. That makes us seem like the villain. Those people we saw on the street didn't have a choice about being there. It was all a show. Some of them were wearing chains under their clothes. You're right. That guy's men couldn't tell if we were from the village or not. That was odd. Sakura seemed puzzled. Wouldn't the villagers know us as Leaf Nin? Why wouldn't they ask for help or say something? That's the point, and why they were all standing about in the main road when we showed up. He wanted them to see us. If anyone had spoken to us, they'd be afraid of that prison Sasuke and I saw, and that chopping block. We're here to kill their hero, and I'm betting our friend the counselor is letting everyone know about it right now, and probably before we showed up as well. Naruto smiled at them. Quite a clever ruse. They must think we're stupid. That camp isn't even 2 miles away from the village. There's no way that many men couldn't find it. It's huge, and hanging from the trees in plain sight. I'm betting some of the villagers have seen it, and that it had Tea Country flags hanging all over it when they did. I noticed them folding up flags when they brought us there. I couldn't see what was on them, but their collars all had the Tea Country symbol on it, so I can venture a guess on what they were. Sasuke made a noise and clenched his fists. Bastards. I thought it was weird seeing all those guards. No village in Fire Country would have so many just standing about on the streets acting like a police force. Naruto gave a nod. Yup, you're catching on. Sakura seemed to be lost. So what do? We kill them? Both sides maybe? Kakashi turned his head away. No. We can't just walk in there and start killing all of them. That could cause a panic and a real mess. It might be worse than just leaving things as they are. Naruto began to draw in the ground under his feet. We avoid this tanuki and wait for Fire Country to send in forces to back us up. Then expose their plot. I'm betting those bandits are waiting to ambush us. They think we don't know they know about us. If we try to use a messenger bird, that tanuki guy won't let it get very far. He's a master with that bow of his. Sasuke looked shocked. So, how do we send our message then? What do? Kakashi just shrugged. We give them a distraction and leave. It's likely the counselor will assassinate this tanuki and try to pin it on us. It was a serious nod from Naruto. Right. That's why we've got to refuse the job before we go and make sure the village knows it. In fact, that's probably the best distraction we can make. With a nod, Kakashi seemed happy. Clever. I'll send word that we've completed our mission to the counselor and tell him we'll be showing up this evening. That will confuse this tanuki character since he hasn't seen us, and he'll probably get everyone together to see it. Naruto gave a happy nod. Right. Then we slip off while everyone is distracted and send word to the Fire Country government. The fat man stood on a raised area in front of the village, looking shocked. An executioner stood next to him with a hangman's noose in their hands. What? The man got a shrug from Kakashi. All the people in the village stood around him and stared in shock. I said the job was done. I never said I captured your criminal. He's free to continue what he's doing. I paid you a B rank rate. The man's cheeks shook, and the three kids standing behind their teacher were laughing at him like they were stupid. I want that bastard. Kakashi smiled and nodded. My orders were to come here, assess the situation, and report back to my superiors before taking action. The counselor pointed at the man and said, "You can't do this. Do you know who I am? You'll spend the rest of your life in prison." The ninja said yes. Yes. I do. I'm afraid that it's you who has violated Fire Country's laws, and your sheriff with you. In 2 days, a rather large force of soldiers will be here to relieve you of your duties. You've got no right to levy taxes, perform executions, or disrupt trade in this village. In fact, you're acting like a Tea Country magistrate. You'll be arrested, and your accomplice in the wood will be treated as an enemy spy and likely executed if he's captured. Did you really think we wouldn't figure it out? You're trying to force a defect to Tea Country using your friend, Tanuki, to make them look like saviors and heroes. It's just a political lie. The fat man was very angry. He moved toward the man with his sword drawn and said, You're under arrest. Guards held spears out to the three people. They looked unsure and tense. Kakashi turned his head away. I'm afraid that won't matter. You see, the message has already been sent. It's too late for you to stop it. The fat man laughed. Fool. No messenger can escape this wood. You'll all die here. Guards. Arrest these fools. We'll make use of these gallows yet. Naruto let out a rough snort from behind his teacher. Idiot. We're already gone. There's nothing you can do to catch us. Sasuke said, Yes. It's already too late. Under his mask, Kakashi looked like he was smiling as his students disappeared behind him in puffs of smoke. Yes. I'd suggest you and your friend in the woods clear off before the soldiers arrive. They'll free the villagers, and you might be able to find asylum in Tea Country. Provided they don't decide to just hand you back over. I'm afraid that you and your friends in Tea Country's plans have failed. They aren't stupid enough to try and hold this place by force of arms. You've already lost. If there are forces here, it will be considered an act of war. They've broken several treaties already, and none of our mutual allies will support them. You've lost. The fat man let out a gasp as the Chunin disappeared in a puff of smoke. No. It can't be. How? How? He gasped when he saw his sheriff lying on the ground with an arrow through his neck. No. He fell to his knees when he saw a man he knew standing on a roof with another arrow already aimed at him. The man had green eyes and long blonde hair. He aimed with a smirk on his face. That's too bad. I would have gotten away with it if those kids hadn't gotten in the way. He fired his arrow, and the counselor fell to the ground on the gallows wooden deck with an arrow through his head. The man jumped away and went past the men on the rooftops behind him. They jumped over the rooftops and out of the town gates, into the shadows, towards Tea Country. Come on, it's time to go. There's nothing for us here, we've failed. The people in the village were shocked. Everyone was lost on what to say or do. The guards looked confused, but when it was over, there was a big cheer from the crowd. It began with a man in chains who looked tired, and then it spread to everyone in the crowd. After a few days, the Hokage smoked his pipe. He had a note in his hand. He looked out over the village and the trees that went on for a long way. He had a wry grin on his face. Team 7 was going back to Konoha, and Kagura was safe and in the care of the government of Fire Country again. The news about what happened was scary, and some people in Tea Country's cabinet quit. The counselor and his sheriff were killed by people who worked with them. It ended without a fight, and almost no one in either country had even noticed that it had happened. A small village, a few government officials, and 4 people who would be back in about a day were the only ones who knew the rest. The mess was fixed without anyone pulling out a gun. He was really impressed. The old man's smile got a little bigger as he looked out over his village. He was more excited than ever about the tests. The test would be really interesting. The third day of Haruno Sakura's 4th B. Rank mission with Team 7 was almost over. She was by herself and kept hidden in the dark above a hallway. At around 10 o'clock at night, a group of 9 men were walking to a big building through a long hallway inside a wooden wall. The hall floor was made of stone, and there were windows on one side that let moonlight in from outside. Inside the wall, there were 2 smaller traditional buildings that faced a large courtyard. Not a single light or torch was on the walls, and she was sitting on top of a support beam in the dark. She slowly and carefully breathed in and out as she watched the men move slowly toward her. 6 men deep, they were lined up 2 by 2, with 1 man walking behind them and 2 more men walking behind him. In the past few months, she had learned a lot. Even though Kakashi was a good teacher, Naruto and Sasuke had taught her more. She knelt on the thick wooden beam and waited. She was quiet, her scent was hidden, and her hands were still. On the way back from their first B. Rank mission, they taught her how to train with a shadow clone. She got better a lot faster after that. As the 2 men in the back turned left into a door on the right side of the hall, she raised her lips a little. It was under her as the others kept going their way. They had been watching these events for 2 days, so she was ready. Like a clock, everything was going as planned. As the man in the back of the group went by below her, she lowered a wire that she held in each hand. The thin loop that fell around his neck never crossed his mind. The girl jumped and pulled the wire tight as she went down. The force of her silent landing lifted his feet 2 inches off the ground. The gloves on her hands kept them from cutting her palms. He was shaking and couldn't speak because the wire was cutting deep into his throat. The man twitched and tried to make noise, but the 6 men with him kept walking away without stopping. While leaning back, the girl wrapped the wires around the door handle that the other 2 had used to get in. It left her target hanging, and as soon as she was sure he was safe, she disappeared, breaking her jutsu. Sakura turned to Kakashi and looked up at him. She was with him as the man watched the scene from a window on the other side of a lake from the compound. Her teacher said, "He's dead." The headset with a microphone on his ear called the rest of his team and said, "We're clear." Sasuke opened a door and looked into the room that was lit by candles. A 50-something man was sitting in front of him and meditating. In front of him was a shrine with a picture of another old man who had died not long ago. He sat still and was thinking while his eyes were closed. He didn't say anything. The Uchiha boy slid along the floor, which was made of tatami mats. He moved without making any noise and scampered forward like a cat. He moved slowly and his muscles were tight. He reached up and grabbed the man by the hair on the back of his head. As he did this, he pushed a kunai into the man's throat with his palm. When the man opened his mouth and throat, blood poured out. His eyes went wide. He was never able to scream. He was pushed to his side by the boy, who then walked toward the shrine. A small scroll was in one of the bowls for gift. Giving. He took it, opened it, and used the candles to see what was inside. He shut it as he turned around. He heard footsteps coming toward him, which caught his attention. His eyes got narrow, and he turned his head. He quickly ran over to a nearby window and grabbed the top. Instead of jumping out, he swung himself up. A man's voice yelled, "Murder!" from the room below him, where gear and weapons could be heard. He was on the roof and the clay tiles were making him fall back. In the darkness of the room, he saw the shadows of men looking out the window and around the grounds outside. This made him smile a little. Soon after, he was slipping his way to the top of the roof. He laid down on his belly when he got to the top. He carefully reached down and turned on the radio that was on his belt. It was a whisper, "I've got it. Target down." He turned off his radio again. He was on top of a big building in the middle of the compound. The place where he was let him see Sasuke. While he looked around, he put a bigger scroll into his shirt. There were excited men running around the grounds looking for things. For the outside wall, there was a covered path that he could take, but he couldn't do it without being seen. But he already knew how to solve that problem. He got down on his knees and took a small bomb out of his pocket. He flicked his thumb and pushed a button, which caused the wall across from where he needed to go to blow up, making a hole that looked like it was meant to be a way out. As planned, the guards ran after it. He fell and went over the wall and across the covered path. He was joined by Sasuke. An open window and a lake were the only things around them. The two slipped into the water, and in an instant, 2 ducks were swimming away with other ducks that were already there. As they moved away from the noise in the compound, they looked nervous and quacked with joy. They didn't fly, but they were all swimming away. After about 5 minutes, Naruto and Sasuke pushed off the shore on the other side of the lake and took their breathing tubes out. The tubes went to the 2 fake ducks on their heads, and they took them off as they walked into a small forest near the lake by the brush. In the shadows, Kakashi and Sakura were already ready to meet them. The Chunin gave them a nod. "You've got what we came for?" The 2 genin took scrolls out of their shirts. Their teacher gave them a nod and motioned for them to follow. After that, they disappeared into the night. When Kakashi stood in front of Sarutobi again, he smiled. He had given another great report and mission that went well. Well done. If this information had left our borders, it would have been a real mess. The crime boss Gakuma has been eliminated, and we've arrested several terrorists, and eliminated a double agent as well. Fire Country's spy networks would have been devastated had those names been exchanged. A waste of good men for nothing more than greed. It was a serious nod from Kakashi. The old man leaned back and seemed to calm down. We've also acquired several new contracts. It seems you've impressed some important people. Now, the government seeks to contract us to support their own spies on several sensitive missions in the near future. I'll be handing those assignments to the Anbu, don't look so worried. The Chunin calmed down a bit. Yes. Well. The Hokage laughed. Your team is impressive. These are all classed as ranked missions. I'm not about to hand them off to a team of genin, even one as impressive as yours. Kakashi seemed to feel better. Yes. They're about due for a little time off. We've been gone for most of the month. Sakura has been complaining about missing her family a little. Sarutobi laughed and gave a nod. Yes. I understand, she is still young after all. The Chunin concurred. Yes. All of them are. Sasuke and Naruto don't mind much. They don't really have anyone to miss here. He turned his head away. You'd be surprised. Sasuke has been a bit of a loner for a long time. Naruto as well. My grandson has been anxious for his rival to return. Iruka has expressed interest in Naruto as well. He's fond of the boy. Kakashi seemed to feel better. It's odd. The boy is very good with people. He doesn't seem it though. Sasuke and Sakura both get along with him better than I expected. At times, I think he's what holds this team together. I've not had to do much myself as of late. They're all coming along very well. The old man said, yes. You can expect to be in the village for at least a week, maybe longer. The Chunin looked like he was shocked. That's good. They could use a break. Sakura was a bit nervous about having B-ranked missions at first. She's adjusted very well. Sarutobi gave a nod. She's also gotten her first kill. Kakashi gave a nod. He looked down and let out a small sigh. Yes. Sasuke killed that serial rapist in Atafika on our last mission. He was a missing Chunin of Hidden Rock Village. He's gotten another now, the informant who was using Gakuma to sell the names of Fire Country's spies on the black market. He took a puff from his pipe. They're handling it well? The Chunin said, yes. There doesn't seem to be any problems. Sasuke doesn't seem to have changed. I've not spoken to Sakura, she's been quiet, but she doesn't seem upset. I was planning on speaking with her about it. I've not gotten around to it yet. I may not need to, she's home with her parents now. Still, I'd like to make sure. A serious nod was given by Sarutobi. Yes. It can be a trying time for a young genin. Sometimes it can drive a promising student to give up the life of a ninja. Kakashi agreed with a nod of his head. I don't think that will be the case this time. She seems to be handling it well enough. I do know it's been on her mind a little though. So, we'll see. He turned to look at Kakashi. What of Uzumaki? I'm not asking for a bloodbath, but he's got only 2 recorded kills. I know that's a lot for someone his age. The Chunin turned his head away. I've seen no reason to think it's a problem. He doesn't like killing, but I believe he will if he needs to. The old man looked up at Kakashi. This mission involved 2 assassinations. Kakashi seemed shocked. I know. The list of Gakuma's agents was the most difficult target. He took care of that. It was well guarded, and to be honest, I don't think Haruno or Uchiha could have reached it without being seen. The assassinations were easier. He observed the man's desk. I let Uzumaki plan and execute our mission. I didn't do more than oversee. I think. As he smoked his pipe, the Hokage watched him react. Yes? Kakashi looked up at his boss and said, I think he wanted Haruno to kill someone. Not to be mean, but to be sure. I think he wanted to know if he could trust her with something like that in the future. He closed his eyes and said, yes. He took a few more drags on his pipe and asked, what makes you say that? He asked me to keep an eye on her. I would have been watching him, his part of our mission was more dangerous. He had to sneak into the most heavily guarded part of the complex. Gakuma's personal quarters. There was no emotion on the Hokage's face. I see. I'll trust your judgment. Kakashi crossed his arms and puffed out his chest a bit. Uzumaki isn't squeamish. I'm sure of that. Don't worry, if he needs to take a life to do his duty, he will. I don't think he did for any other reason though, and only if it was required. He doesn't enjoy killing. Sarutobi made a face and threw a page down on the desk. Yes. I need to be sure of that though. Forgive me, it's not that I don't trust you. There's something that needs to be done, and I'd like him to take care of it himself. Alone. Kakashi was shocked and looked at his boss. What? Alone? The old man nodded in a very serious way. There was a picture of a man Kakashi didn't know on his desk. He didn't look like a ninja. His Chunin made the picture bigger. Forgive me, but why? He's not even a Chunin yet. Most of our nin don't receive their first solo assassination order until they've been one for a while. Usually not before their 10th mission. The old man nodded in a serious way. I am aware of that. He's gotten a lot of attention, or rather, very little, none outside of your reports in fact. It's been noticed. Kakashi let out a small sigh. There's a bridge named after him in Wave Country. He took a step forward, folded his hands, and smiled at him. Perhaps, but who there would recognize his face? How many of them really saw him? The Chunin looked at the picture again. He looked up at the old man and said, I see. When the Chunin exam is over, you're giving him to Anko, right? The old man smiled at him. We won't be saying anything to him, but all he's got to do is make it to the final round of the exam and he's passed. That's all I'm going to say about it. Kakashi turned around and took the picture with him. I'll give him his orders. She was sitting outside with Haruno Sakura. As night fell, she sat on a bench and looked up at the stars. The street was empty and quiet. It wasn't clear whether she was happy or sad. Her face looked cloudy and blank. The girl didn't jump or squeak when I said, hey. Naruto was sitting nearby when she turned her head. While she looked up at the sky from the back of the bench, he wasn't right next to her. As she looked past him, she saw Sasuke leaning against the end of the bench. He frowned a little and didn't look at her. Haruno. She didn't smile at the boy with the dark hair like she normally would have. He chose not to be there. He tried to leave, but Uzumaki grabbed the back of his shirt and stopped him. She got a happy smile from the blonde nin. His light hit on Sasuke's back of the head asked, how are you getting by? Cut it out. She's on your team, you know. I'm not asking you to date her. The Uchiha boy's face fell a little, which made him look a little calmer. He looked at her over his shoulder and said, yeah, I get it. Though he meant it, he had a hard time saying, you did good. She laughed a little and scrunched up her face. Yeah. Well. I know what you meant now, Naruto. The boy with the hood looked happy. She couldn't be sure because all she ever saw of his face were his eyes. Glad to hear it. She put her head down. That guy was a jerk. I'm glad he's dead, but... She put her hands together and stared at them. She couldn't think of the right word to say, it wasn't fun or cool. I feel like my hands are... dirty? Sasuke muttered as he turned his back on them. His fist got tight, but he didn't take his eyes off the sky when he said, they are. The girl said, yes. Yeah. It's strange. I washed them as soon as I got home. They still hurt a little. I scrubbed them so hard. Naruto smiled and nodded. Sasuke got up from the bench. He turned around and walked back to his house. You did good. It's nice to know we can count on you. You'll get used to it. In this case, Uzumaki let him go. He looked at the ground and said, yeah. Something like that. Look. I don't want you to get mad at me for saying this. I'm not trying to. Well, scare you off or anything. If you think you should quit because of this, I won't think any less of you. It was harder than I thought the first time. She frowned as she looked at him. You've not done it since. I'll be fine. He took a quick look at her. Good. You might need to do it again. It's part of our job, you know. I won't do it unless I need to. I was a bit quick to react the first time. Kakashi was right to scold me. I should have left one of them alive. They might not have had any evidence on who they were after on them. We might not have found out until it was too late if it hadn't been Tazuna. I'm glad everything worked out, but I acted too rashly, and it might have cost us. She had a little fall in her face. You regret it? He saw the stars. Sort of. I knew I would need to kill to do this job. Just like I know I'll probably need to do it again one day. I might not have the luxury of hesitation to think about it either. He put his hands on his knees. I'm certain I'll need to kill. I'm useful as a spy, but I'm also very good at assassinations. My skills lend themselves to that sort of job. I wouldn't be able to avoid it, and I don't really want to. Sakura made a face and nodded. Yeah. I've gotten a lot better at being quiet, I'm stronger, and more skilled with weapons now, thanks to you. I understand our tactics better also. Sasuke is a lot better than I am though. Naruto turned his head away. Not really. Sasuke is a stronger fighter, but you're smarter. I've got to explain things to him more. He's getting much better, but your brain is going to help you do this a lot more than your muscles. In my opinion, you're a better ninja than he is. Though, I wouldn't recommend trying to take him head on either. The kunoichi looked shocked. Huh? The boy in the hood laughed. I'm starting to like that jerk. I hate to admit it. He's not a horrible person, he's just angry, and he thinks he has to be alone to get strong enough. He's wrong though. Sakura's face scrunched up in shock. Sasuke? What do you mean? He let out a heavy sigh and turned to see where the shinobi with raven hair had gone. He's one of those idiots who thinks being powerful and strong is what makes the best ninja. He thinks the strongest ninja is someone who can do everything himself. You can't be a wimp, but a true ninja's greatest weapon is the mind. The most useful tool a ninja can use is his own skill. Not some super powerful jutsu or technique. Even that isn't real power though. The girl looked down at the ground. What is real power, then? Naruto got up from the bench and looked around in the bushes. She got a stick from him. Here, break this stick. Just use your fingers and your thumbs and snap it in half. In an instant, she took it and broke it in half. So? She looked up and saw him putting together a bundle of sticks. They were given to her by him. Now break these sticks the same way. The girl moaned and fought. She grabbed them and fought, breaking them, but they stayed together. Naruto reached out and pulled them away. That's enough. She gave him a frown. I almost had it. That's not the point. He looked happy again. The girl looked grumpy. What was the point then? He turned his head away. It's strange that you haven't figured it out yet. It was easy for him to break one of the sticks. When you put two sticks together, they are stronger and harder to break. This is also true for ninja. The girl pointed her finger in a serious way. I understand. She got up and moved away a few steps. She looked back over her shoulder after a moment. Naruto. Thanks. As she walked away, he nodded and looked up at the sky. After about a minute, Kakashi showed up. Uzumaki. The boy looked at the man with his head down from the sky. Sensei? His teacher looked pleased. Well done. I think I saw that. I was going to talk to Haruno myself. The boy got a little red. Oh. Sorry. The man turned his head away. No. Do not be. I still don't feel bad about making you the leader of this group. Do not stop. You have an idea of what you need to learn to become a great leader. It surprises me that you were able to get Sasuke to come with you. You know what's right about him. He still needs to learn a lot about working with others, but he's come a long way. He joined the boy on the couch. I need to speak with you as well. The genin looked at the man. Sure. What's it? His teacher looked very serious. I've got a job for you, a mission. The kid said, yes. Huh? You should have told all of us then, right? We were all only here. He seemed to feel a little better. I didn't mean to bother you, and no. This one's just for you. The boy in the hood frowned as he looked at a picture. Who is this? A bad guy. He goes by the name Jiro Shirondo. He's a gangster like Gakuma, but from a different Yakuza group. He's getting a little out of hand now that he doesn't have any competition. We've been told to look after him. Kakashi touched the boy on the shoulder. I did it by myself, and it's not supposed to look like an accident. This one is for sending a message. It was a serious nod from Naruto. What are the details? Kakashi gave a nod. He likes sports and takes his crew with him. Jiro watched the wrestlers in the middle of the ring. One of them jumped on top of his favorite fighter and hit him over the head with a rock. You shit. Stand up. He got up and jerked his coat. What is that jerk doing? He should not steal since I paid him a lot. He leaned in toward the man next to him. Cozy up, boss. He needs to make it look good. They both know. Shirindo barked. In the middle, he was sitting with 7 other men. The stairs were right next to them, and people with trays of drinks, dried meats, chocolate, dipped thin breadsticks, and other snacks would walk up and down them. A person a few rows below stood up and waved his hand at a vendor, asking for a box of candies. He had a flag tied to his back and a long, brightly colored coat on his back. He smiled as he took a box off his tray. No one saw the man's thumb holding the shuriken under the box. The fan waved his arm, blocking Jiro's view for a second, and he growled. His eyes got really big, and he stiffened up. As he walked down the aisle, the man picked up his food box and leaned over to pay the vendor. The men sitting next to Sharondo didn't notice that his neck was sagging a bit. After getting beat up, the wrestler got up and seemed to turn the match around by attacking his opponent so hard that he fell to the mat. He went back up the stairs and threw some more of his goods into the crowd. He kept moving up toward the door. He put his tray down next to the vendor's stand when he got to the carts and then went to the bathrooms. Nobody saw that he never came back out. The person next to Jiro hit his boss in the back. "Hey boss. I told you. Like I said. We made a lot of money." A shuriken was stuck in the back of the man's neck, cutting his spinal cord in half. He slouched forward. The men around him were shocked as blood poured out from under his collar. As the crowd jumped to its feet and began to panic, they all did too. As the men looked through the crowd, they couldn't see anyone but scared people moving away from the action. Everyone missed the man who bought a box of candies leave because he was hidden by the crowd. After 2 days, Naruto was enjoying a bowl of ramen. He was a little shocked because killing people won. One paid pretty well. He wasn't doing it for the money, but he also wasn't going to say no to it. He was paid 2/3 more than what he and his team had been paid for their last few tours. He was sitting next to Iruka, who had a smile on his face. "How are you? I haven't heard much lately." He looked at the boy and shrugged. "Things have been going well. So far, none of our missions have been too hard." The teacher he used to have laughed. "Really then? You now have 5 missions with a B rating and 1 mission with an A rating." Naruto gave a nod. "Yeah. Not a big deal, though. A lot of spying and espionage." He drank tea and looked a little confused while the boy ate. "Really then? People often say that those are the hardest missions." The boy with the hood looked like he was thinking about it. "Yeah. But there were no real fights or anything. Not since Wave Country got all messed up." Iruka had a blank look on her face as she looked at the boy. "That's good to hear." He took another sip of his tea. "Oh. We have that little manual of yours." Naruto gave a nod. "Yeah. I was told by the old man that it would be used at the academy." Iruka looked like she was thinking about something. "Yes. We got rid of the old book of tactics. Your book is what the whole class is based on. I can't believe it anymore." Naruto gave him a quick look. "What do you mean?" His old teacher looked at the boy with narrowed eyes. You barely passed any tests, slept through half of your classes, and couldn't even do a simple jutsu move. And then all of a sudden you show up with that book?" The boy's cheeks turned a little red. "Oh. I guess I get it. Not sure. I guess I just wasn't paying attention." Iruka curled his chin in his hand and drank his tea. "I thought you were stupid before. The library gave you 2 scrolls almost every night, but you could never get a test score higher than 70% right. That was your best score. Most of the time, you did truly awful." Although Naruto was angry, it wasn't at his old teacher. "I hate tests on paper. I guess I never thought it was that important. Don't know." The man stood up and smiled at him as he shook his head. "I am pleased to hear that you are well. I'm still not sure about you. You didn't do well in school, and now as a genin you're taking B level missions. I hope you understand what to do. Do not get too deep. Best of luck." Ishin gave him a smirk. "In my experience, there's no such thing as luck." He bought a cup and rubbed the top of his head. "You're really strange. Still, I hope you're right. But I'm not sure I trust those 2 friends of yours. I think they have a lot to do with this. For our sake, I hope they are what you say they are. Do not be a stranger." Before going back to his bowl of noodles, Naruto waved at him and watched him walk away. He left his bowl empty and drank the last bit of broth while sitting at the end of the booth. Ah. That was nice. From behind, a shadow hung over him. He heard a voice from behind him that he knew from the academy. Hey. Are you Naruto? Hi, Naruto Uzumaki. The nin with the hood turned his head but didn't look at the three people who had come up behind him. A woman's voice sounded a little lost. What? Why do you want him? It looked like another boy agreed. Hey? What's going on? Who is this person? He turned his back on the counter and put the money he had saved for his meal there. Hi, I'm Naruto. What does it matter? The first person spoke up. My name is Nara Shikamaru. I call you out. The hooded nin tensed up in shock. Huh? He turned around and looked back. The boy was taller than him and had black hair pulled back into a ponytail. He wore a fishnet shirt and had earrings in both ears. A tall, thin blonde girl with long hair let out a gasp of surprise. What? The fat kid had wide eyes. Huh? That's not like you. What did that jerk do? Do you want me to rub him? He was about the same height and weight as Naruto, but not quite as short. He had a bag of chips in his mouth and a bunch of snack bags sticking out of his pockets. The tall boy seemed mad at his two friends. Be quiet. Do not get involved. He got up from his stool and looked the boy over several times. What the heck is it? These three kids were all in his class and were put on Team 10. Shikamaru gave the boy the finger. Let's go. I call you out. After a short time, the group was standing next to a fountain. There was a bench next to them and a lot of space between them and the fountain. It looked like the girl and the chunky boy were lost. She spoke up and moved forward. Are you sure, Shikamaru? What I mean is, that frown she was making at Naruto was not nice. The boy with dark hair was straight at Naruto. I told you to stay away. I call you out. The boy with the hood sighed deeply. He rubbed his head. What is this about? Who are you? Why did I hurt you in the first place? The only reason he hadn't left yet was that he wasn't sure what was making the boy so mad. He sat down on the bench and threw something on top of it. He took a step back and looked at the wooden square. Huh? The Nara boy pointed to the bench's other end. Put down. I really want to see how good you are. His two friends looked just as shocked as he did. The girl's face turned down. I should have known. The big boy smiled. Yeah. His answer was, no way, I'm going to fight someone. I was interested in what was going on. Naruto looked down at the shogi board and seemed to calm down. Oh. I remember all three of you. You came to my class. Does that make you Ino and Choji? They agreed as he called their names. The girl looked at him with a mad face. You're with Sasuke and Sakura. I didn't really notice you before. The way she said the Kunoichi's name made me think of anger. Choji made noise. Neither do I. How are you, Shikamaru? He took a book out of his pocket. This. He threw it down next to the board. When Ino looked down, Naruto raised an eyebrow, and Choji looked a little sick. The girl said something. That boring tactics manual? The big boy ate even more chips. That hurt my head. Since we got it, you've been reading it. He looked at Naruto with a strange grin on his face. Yeah. That's great, and this guy? The nin with the hood sighed and nodded. Oh. Now I get it. The other person nodded. He's the one who wrote it. Ino glared at the nin with the hood on. Kick his ass. Choji almost choked, but he was able to swallow. Was that written by this guy? It was terrible. We all had to read it. Bring Shikamaru to you. That stupid thing is still giving me a headache. It didn't make sense. The girl poked Naruto with her finger. Yeah. It was the dullest thing I've ever had to do. I hate that person. Uzumaki looked like he was mad at them. So. Then I guess we play a game? The board was already set up by Shikamaru. You want to go first? His opponent just shrugged. If you'd like. It doesn't bother me. After 4 hours, both Choji and Ino were lying down against the fountain and looked like they were tired. As Shikamaru sat there, his legs were crossed and his fingers and thumbs were touching. It looked like he was meditating or doing kendo. He looked around and moved one of the pieces. Naruto put his fist to his mouth and looked over the board. He moved one of his pieces after giving it some thought for about a minute. Not too bad. Nara looked at the board again, stood still for a moment, and then moved another piece. They didn't seem to notice that Kakashi was sitting on the wall with a book in his hand and looking at the scene with a smile on his face. With a grin on his face, another Chunin looked at the scene with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. Kakashi got up and spoke. They've been working on it for 4 hours. Asuma, what do you think? One of the Chunin laughed. No one has ever lasted this long against Shikamaru before. Is he one of yours? Kakashi smiled and nodded. Yeah. He's. The other nin smiled and blew out a cloud of smoke. Naruto Uzumaki. The person who wrote the new tactics book. A little worried because I had heard he had some kind of fight or argument. That's not at all like him. He's pretty lazy and chill. Naruto looked around at the board. Shikamaru caught his eye as he thought very hard. This guy. He's really good. The boy thought about it for a while before he moved. After about a minute, Shikamaru answered. Naruto looked at the board with calm eyes and a mood that was almost lazy. Both Kakashi and Asuma looked happy with what they saw. As Choji and Ino leaned against each other, they both drooled a little and let out soft snorts and snores. Hikaru's teacher was the first to speak. I've never beaten him, and I taught him how to play. What, 4 hours? This is amazing. Kakashi smiled and nodded. Yup. The other Chunin laughed. That kid is unique. Shikamaru is very smart. His IQ is more than 200. He's never taken this long to beat someone before. Chunin from Team 7 laughed. Defeat him? Asuma turned his head away. That kid of yours is bright, but... The shinobi stood up. His fists were balled up as he looked at the board. I lost. Naruto put his right foot out. Hey. Play well. No one has ever lasted this long before. As he stretched his arms, he looked happy. Before he learned how to play strategy games, he lost a lot of games. At least one of them, Ken and Ryu hadn't been able to beat him in over a year. The boy with black hair said, yes. I've never lost before. It was a shrug from Uzumaki. It doesn't surprise me. You almost had me, you backed me into a corner more than once. Kakashi found the look on Azuma's face funny. The village is in a great spot. 2 geniuses at this level will do Konoha a lot of good. The cigarette of the other Chunin was dangling from his bottom lip. Shikamaru was the one waking up his team. Hey. Get up. It is over. Choji complained, so Ino pushed her off of him and used her arm to wipe her mouth. The fat kid stood up. Man. It took too long. Ino stretched her arms out and yawned. Man. I thought you would play for a long time. You beat him in the end. He shook his head and made a mean face at them. I lost. Both of his teammates stopped moving and looked shocked as they both screamed at the same time. What? Naruto scratched his head and looked at what was going on with the calm of his usual self. He looked a little worn out. Nara smiled and looked over his shoulder. I'll challenge you again soon. The ninja with the hood nodded. Sure. Make sure we both have time. It took longer than I thought. It was enjoyable. Asuma stood up straight and walked up behind Naruto. He smiled and hit the boy on the shoulder. That's good to hear. Not beating him all the time is getting old. It was making me feel like one of Kakashi's ninja dogs could chew on me. It will be good for him to play against someone else who is strong. He smirked and had his hands in his pockets. Good analogy. The man made a funny frowning face at him. Don't be proud. It's still my job to train you, you know. You might feel bad about it later. The kid turned his head away and clicked his tongue. All right. What a pain. Shikamaru lost at shogi? Ino was having a hard time understanding it. Kakashi stood behind Naruto and gave her a shrug. Well, the Hokage printed that book he wrote for a reason. He didn't do it just to make you bored. It was done so that people like Naruto and Shikamaru could reach their full potential. Shoji was making fun of his teammate with a frown. Man. That guy beat you? I can't believe it. He's meant to be weak and scared. Ino put her hands together and turned her nose up. Yeah, well, Shikamaru is lazy, so I guess they're evenly matched. Shoji just shrugged. But I still remember this guy. He was supposed to be the most stupid person the academy had ever seen. The girl said, yes. All right. That's why Sasuke was put with him. I can remember now. Because he's the best, they put him with that ugly brat Sakura and this guy to make up for it. No brains or good looks to make up for how great Sasuke is. She seemed happy with herself. Naruto had a raised eyebrow and a grin on his face. Aside from his teammates, no one had made fun of him in a long time. He could get even with these two jerks. With a big smile on his face, Shoji was sitting at the dinner table. His plate was already full, and he kept adding more food on top of it. The hand reached up, took the salt shaker, and put it back on the table before disappearing back under the table. His parents didn't see it. Ino was wearing a towel and sitting in her room. She hummed to herself and rubbed her head with a smaller towel. There was a picture of Sasuke Uchiha stuck into the frame for her mirror. She let out a heavy, sad sigh. No way I'm gonna let Sakura beat me. She gave herself a wink, kissed her fingers, and put them on the picture of Sasuke's lips. I've got to look my best, way better than that huge forehead with legs. She took an electric hair dryer out of a drawer and plugged it in. Shoji was in the tub with his head under the faucet. Cold water was running into his mouth. His eyes were red and filled with tears. It looked like steam was coming out of his mouth. When his dad looked down at his son, he looked very confused. What's wrong? He growled as he stood up. It was so hot. He turned around and looked at the dinner table, not sure what to do. That night, there were no spicy foods. He looked around at the food and then focused on the one thing he didn't recognize. Huh? This shaker looks strange to me. He took it out, gave it a light sniff, shook some grains into his hand, and then he tasted it. Even though it took a while, he drank a whole glass of water as his cheeks began to burn. What the heck? Someone has messed with this salt. Ino was shocked as she looked at her hair. Everything was fine with her hair dryer until all of a sudden it sprayed a thick, warm, sticky white goo all over her head. She jumped up and screamed in disgust and shock. She tried to wipe it off with her towel, but it hurt because she had to pull the towel away from her hair. What the hell is this? It felt like a sticky paste when she touched it. She looked at the stuff on her fingers with wide eyes and a low breath as she sniffed it. She carefully touched the end of her tongue to it and then blinked. It was sweet and felt like home. Marshmallow? The woman frowned as she looked at her hairdryer. The machine was broken, and there was still some gunk dripping from the end. Her hair was too. No. It will take hours to clean this up. She hurried to the bathroom and hoped the water would stay hot. Naruto was sitting on the water feature. He loved hearing the screams of pain because both homes were close to each other. Hey. What jerks. The habanero. Laced salt that the fat kid got was cool. He was also happy with the marshmallow cream capsule that burned off heat that he put in the Ino girl's hairdryer. He turned to go back home because he was happy. There was another day coming up. It was a heavy sigh from Sarutobi. Shuza and Inoichi had just left his office. He put his head on his hands and slouched in his chair. He tipped his hat and smiled at the broken hair dryer and salt shaker that were on his desk. Both parents were mad and upset when they left. There was some irritation between them, but not much anger. They were worried because both of the things had been used in jokes that were played right in front of them. In their own homes, while they were awake and aware. In Chao's case, while he was sitting at the table where it happened. I thought of one of the things Akamichi had brought up. What if it had been something more dangerous? Poison? This scared Yamanaka and made him feel even worse. Because Akamichi agreed, they both began to talk about a danger to the village. That everyone was at risk and that something had to be done about it. As if the person who did it should be killed. Sarutobi didn't plan to do anything like that. In fact, he was going to ignore the complaint. Because Choji's dad was right, even though he had to act like he wasn't. What if it was poisonous? What table could the boy get it on if it was theirs? The bigger question might have been whose table he couldn't get it on. The old man didn't think the village was in any danger. Having to deal with the prank was annoying, but it was also something that could be used for good and could help the village a lot in the future. There was no way he was going to stop it. It wasn't always fun to deal with angry parents, so he would sometimes scold Naruto and give him a light punishment. To make sure nothing bad happened. He also didn't want to stop him because he knew what was going on. The boy was getting stronger by pulling these little tricks. At least for the Hokage of Konoha, it was worth putting up with. Those claws had been trained well and were now very dangerous. It's a great help to ninjas and the village of Konoha as a whole. Iruka smiled as Kakashi turned in some reports. Thanks. How is Naruto getting along with his team? Kakashi smiled and nodded. He's really doing great. Even Uchiha is getting along with him, he said, with a little change in his mind. Sort of. The girl Iruka looked happy. That's good. Sasuke was a bit of a loner, Naruto as well. I'm glad to hear they're getting on. I think they both need it. Kakashi looked like he was thinking about it. Yes. They're good friends, though neither one of them will admit it. There's something of a rivalry between the two of them. It's pushing them both to grow stronger. I'm sorry to put it bluntly, but Naruto would kick your butt in about 2 seconds. A blank look came over Iruka's face for a moment. He didn't seem to understand that Kakashi wasn't joking when she said, hey. Is that so? Not long after that, it was early afternoon, and they had just been told they had nothing to do that day. The three people walked back to their homes together until they had to split up. When Naruto Uzumaki looked at Sakura and Sasuke, he made a mean face. He didn't like it very much. The girl smiled at Uchiha, her cheeks pink, and she was almost jumping up and down. Sasuke. Why don't we go and train, just the two of us? The boy did what he always did. What for? You'd just slow me down. I've got work of my own to do. The Naruto spoke up. He stood behind them with his hands in his pockets and said, hey, why don't you just take the day off? If you work out too hard, you'll get boring and stupid. He turned his head to glare at him. No one asked you. Why don't you take her on a date then? It was a violent shaking of the head from Sakura. No way. The nin with the hood sighed. Yeah. Well, trying to overpower your problems all the time will only wear you out and get your ass kicked sooner or later. Geez, you're thick. Sakura gave Naruto a frown. I thought you were going off with that Shikamaru again? It was a shrug from Uzumaki. We met this morning. He beat me this time. It was a good match. Haruno's face got a little worse. Really? You're still ahead by 3 games then? The boy with the hood looked like he was thinking about it. I haven't been keeping track. I guess so. After stopping to look away, Sasuke turned to face his teammate. What? You want to train with me then? I wouldn't mind slapping you around for a bit. He let out a sigh. What? You expect me to stand there and trade punches with you? Like some sort of street fighter? No thanks. If I wanted to do that, I'd have joined a dojo. Sasuke smiled and clicked his tongue. Wimp. Uzumaki gave a smile back. Whatever. Maybe if you hit one of those trees hard enough it will hit you back? I know where you're going. You're just going to stand around, kick trees and throw kunai at targets all day. Let me know if you manage to knock one over. They got a small wave as Uchiha shook his head and walked away. Well, you keep watching, and maybe you'll learn something. Naruto laughed out loud. Like what? How to be the most inefficient lumberjack of all time. Naruto had a frown on Sakura's face. She asked, "What's up with you two?" Because she thought he was in her way. She didn't say anything because she knew Sasuke wasn't going to answer that day. The boy with the hood shrugged. "Don't worry about it. We're fine. He knows I kind of like him, even if he is a thick-headed jerk. Having this weird square rock with eye holes cut into it follow me around is a bit strange." He looked at the box from afar. "What is it? You're not fooling anyone you know." When the box was opened, Konohamaru was standing with a young girl, another boy with blonde hair, and himself. The three of them had scarves over their faces and hoods on. Sakura seemed a little sick. "What the?" Naruto made a happy face. "Hey. Nice outfits." That's how Konohamaru puffed out his chest. He looked at his two friends and said, "We're trying to copy you, bro. That's the man I view as my rival." In front of Naruto, Haruno walked up. "What the hell is this?" Her teammate just shrugged. "Hey, what's up?" he asked. He looked at them three and seemed happy with them. She looked at him. "Leader, are you free?" Naruto put his back out straight. "I guess. I was thinking of hitting up Ichiraku for something to eat later, but I'm not that hungry yet. Then I'm gonna pick up a couple of books or scrolls from the library later." He smiled at Konohamaru. "Great. You said you'd play ninja with us today." A happy nod was given by the nin. "So I did." Sakura looked grumpy. "Why would a ninja play ninja?" He looked at her over his shoulder. "Well, it's a lot less dangerous than a real mission for starters." To her, it seemed to make things worse. Naruto seemed a little tense. He pointed at the girl and said, "Hey, bro. Who's this girl?" He got a frown from Naruto. "Why are you shouting? Don't forget rule number 1. The kid looked like he was thinking. "Never feel up a girl you don't know unless there's no way she'll know it was you." The nin turned his head away. "No, that's rule 3. Rule 1 is, silence is golden, so no shouting. It's annoying, and draws attention to you." Sakura clenched her fists and twitched her eyebrow. "What?" Konohamaru looked at her and seemed to be thinking about something. He hit Naruto in the side with his elbow and slapped his palm with his fist. "Hey. Not bad, bro." For a moment, the nin with the hood looked lost. "Huh? She's your... this?" He made a sexy sign with his pinky that meant he was sleeping with her. He got a little red. Well. I guess I wouldn't mind. She's not that bad looking without her clothes." Sakura's face was turning red, and it looked like steam was coming from her forehead. She slammed her fist into the side of Naruto's head and asked, "What the hell have you been teaching him?" The girl got mad and stomped her foot on the ground. "How would you know how I look with no clothes anyway?" When Konohamaru got angry, he screamed. "How dare you! You ugly bitch!" Soon after, he was lying on his back next to the wall where Naruto had landed. The nin got up. "Look, Konohamaru, when you see a girl start to turn that color, it's best if you just stop talking." Sakura stomped off in a bad mood. The boy stood up and put his head on his hand. "Damn it, that ugly huge foreheaded. Are you sure that's a girl, bro? Seriously?" Soon after, Naruto ran down the street with the three kids, with Sakura right behind them. When Konohamaru hit the ground, he hit it from behind. The boy was dressed in black and had kabuki makeup on. The blonde girl had her hair pulled back into 4 short ponytails and wore a short skirt with fishnet stockings. A big fan was on her back. The strange boy grabbed Konohamaru by the shirt and pulled him up. "That hurt, you little piece of shit." The strange girl looked like she was afraid. "Let him go. We'll get yelled at later." As Sakura got closer to the scene, she looked shocked. "I'm sorry. We were just messing around." He looked down at her with a frown. "Let's have some fun before the boss comes." While his 2 young friends called for him, Konohamaru was having a hard time. "Let me go." The mean kid grabbed the kid by the face. "I hate midgets, especially ones that are so rude. Makes me want to kill them." The girl looked away. "Oh well, I'm not involved." She gasped as she jumped away and put her hands on her behind. Did someone just grab my? She asked with wide eyes and a blank look on her face. Behind the mean kid, Naruto stood with his sword still in its sheath and swinging it. Another nin with a hood showed up just in time to grab Konohamaru before he fell. At the time, the girl next to the kabuki bully was still rubbing her behind and looking over her shoulder. The boy seemed to land softly on his back, not far enough to hit the two people in front of Sakura. With a frown on his face, he stood up and glared over his shoulder as he wiped his behind. Huh? That was... Bro? The unknown kunoichi took a step back in shock. Even though she wasn't sure what had happened, she seemed to know that her friend was missing something. What the hell was just happened? Like a kabuki boy, the boy growled and rubbed the back of his head to try to get himself together again. He fired a hard shot and couldn't see who did it. Behind him, all he could see was a leaf kunoichi with 3 kids sitting next to her. He grabbed a boy and put him in front of her. The boy was rubbing his head and looking around, looking confused. Bro? Hey, where did? The nin called out, what? I'll kill you. And turned to charge the kunoichi. She tensed her legs to stand her ground and frowned. The 3 kids around her all looked scared. One of the stones hit the ground, and the kabuki boy stopped and rubbed the back of his head. Who the hell? While sitting on a tree branch, Sasuke picked up another rock and threw it into his palm. What are you bastards doing in our village? The kids were pushed to the side near the wall by Sakura. These guys are from another country, she said, pointing out that their forehead protectors didn't have the leaf symbol on them. The shape of their logo was like an hourglass. When the girl who was being picked on looked up at Sasuke, she got red. He's pretty handsome. The other person wasn't getting any better with her temper. He pulled the bundle off his back and said, "You punk. Get down here." The kunoichi that was with him looked shocked. You're going to use Karasu for this? Sasuke frowned and looked over his shoulder. What about you? You're just going to stand there while your friends embarrass themselves? What the hell are you doing here anyway? You're not from this village. What's your business? On the tree branch behind him was a boy with red hair and pale skin. He ignored Sasuke and talked to his friend instead. Let it go, Kankuro. You're embarrassing the village. The boy in the kabuki went cold. Why? Yes, Gaara. Sasuke made a face. The 2 new nin were both sorry to the boy. Gaara looked at both of them coldly. Shut up. I'll kill you. Gaara looked at Sasuke and thought the boy was pretty good. Sorry to you guys. The ninja with raven hair frowned at him and gave him a quick nod. It was clear that the strange boy was boss. From what I could tell, his 2 friends were scared of him. Gaara slid down between his friends. It looks like we got here too early, but we didn't come here to play around. Let's go. Sakura ran over to them quickly. Hey. Wait. You guys are genin from Hidden Sand Village. You might be allies with Hidden Leaf, but it's forbidden to enter another village without permission. State your purpose, depending on it, we might not be able to let you go. The girl with the 2 new ninjas spoke up. The girl held up a pass and smirked at them with her hand on her hip. Don't you know anything? We're here to take the Chunin selection exam. Behind them, Naruto stood still and watched the scene. Yes. Well, that's no excuse for manhandling children. Watch yourselves. Guests or not, you'll end up in a cell for behaving that way around here. The 3 sand nin glared at him as they all turned their heads to see him. He was leaning against the wall not too far away. Kankuro made a face. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. The girl stuck out her tongue. Another leaf genin? Gaara looked the nin with the hood in the eyes. He's... Naruto didn't flinch, and he didn't seem to care that the sand leader had 2 teammates looking down at him. The fall put Sasuke right in front of Sakura on the sidewalk. Who are you? She smiled at him when she turned around. Huh? You mean me? The boy with dark hair shook his head. No. The one with the gourd. He looked at Naruto and said, Gaara of the desert. The 2 of you. What are your names? Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. Both leaf genin nodded at him. Gaara looked at the boy in the hood with narrowed eyes and then turned to leave. He spoke to his two friends after putting some space between them. You two better watch yourselves. That one in the hood will kill you just as fast as I will. Come on. We're leaving. The girl looked shocked. Huh? Are you kidding? He didn't even do anything and just showed up. What makes you think that? He rubbed the back of his head with the kabukinan. What? That shrimpy guy? No way. Gaara made a face. He's got eyes like mine. The three sand nin disappeared right away. The two nin with Gaara looked confused as they looked over their shoulders again to see the boy their leader had talked about before they disappeared. But the boy was gone. Naruto was hidden behind the wall next to Sasuke. That guy is bad news. The genin next to him nodded. Yup. This is getting interesting. Boy in the hood kept his eyes on the road, where the sand nin had gone. I wonder who those three idiots who think they're hiding in the trees up there are. That was all Sasuke said. He didn't even look over to see what he was talking about. More sand nins? They showed up about when that Gaara kid did. Naruto gave a small shake of his head. I don't think so. Maybe though. I'm guessing another village. Next to Naruto, Konohamaru was laughing and jumping around. Wow, bro. That was awesome. Three young ninjas in leopard print pants and music notes on their forehead guards watched the action from the tree. What do you think? In the middle of them was a man. To his left was a female nin, and to his right was a male. His face was covered. Nothing serious, the black-haired leaf, the sand with the gourd. We'll keep our eyes on them. Naruto was on his knees above them and looking down. Though he didn't know what to think of the three strange nin, he chose to keep an eye out for them. He didn't know what the music note on their forehead guards meant. To the Hokage's right stood a large group of Chunin. The old man had just told the group in front of him about the Chunin exams. First we'll hear from those with new genin. Well, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai? Are there any genin you'd like to enter into the Chunin selection exam? A girl named Iruka was standing behind them in the group. He made a small frown. There's no need to ask. They aren't ready yet. Kakashi moved forward. Kakashi led Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. Under the name of Hitaki Kakashi, I nominate them to take the Chunin selection exam. Iruka looked shocked. What? Both Asuma and Kurenai put forward their teams as well. The Hokage said, yes. All of them, how rare. Iruka took a step forward. Hold on a second. He saw the old man looking at him. What is it, Iruka? Hokage, please let me have a word. I may be speaking out of place, but it's too soon for them to take this exam. Most of them were my students at the academy. Of course they are all very talented, but they need more experience. He hung his head and looked at young men. I don't understand the Chunin's reasoning. Are you trying to crush these kids? The Chunin exam is. Kakashi moved closer and looked down at the man. Iruka, when I said Naruto would defeat you, I wasn't joking. I'm sorry if it confuses you, but if you were to face him, you're the one who would be crushed. The man looked at him with wide eyes and his jaw dropped. What? The Chunin put his arms across his chest. I'm starting to doubt your competence. When that news came out, everyone in the room looked shocked. Iruka shook his fist and said, hey. There's no need. That boy wrote the manual you're using to teach tactics at the academy. Team 7 has been performing B-rank missions since we returned from Wave Country, and Naruto already has a successful solo assassination on his record. He'd destroy you. The man still had wide eyes and looked down at the ground. No matter how hard he tried, Kakashi didn't raise his voice. Iruka, I don't hate you, and I'm sorry to say it, but you're either incompetent, or you're letting your emotions blind your judgment. Stay out of this. They may have been your students, but now they are my soldiers, and I don't expect them to fail. You might not realize it, but Naruto has been leading Team 7 for more than 2 months now. I've not been doing more than supervising the team and advising. When the exam is completed, I expect him to be a Chunin. I would be more than a little surprised if he were to fail. The announcement caught everyone in the room by surprise, except for the Hokage. The old man sighed deeply. Iruka, I don't doubt your abilities as an instructor. However, Kakashi is correct. I'm accepting his nominations, as well as Team 8 and 10's nominations. Iruka hung his head and took a step back, making him look ashamed and mad. He gave a small growl and didn't say anything else. Sakura looked very angry. She was making a face at the water below the bridge they were on with a frown. How can this be allowed? Why does he tell us to be somewhere and then show up late? Naruto had his back against the bridge railing. He yawned and shook his head at her. Well, he's never been on time. Why are you surprised? She pouted and turned her nose up at him. What about the feelings of a girl who overslept and didn't have time to blow-dry her hair? Naruto laughed a little. She glared at him and poked him with her finger in anger. What's so funny? The nin with the hood shook his head. Huh? Not you, just thought of something funny that involved a hairdryer. A little of Sakura's anger went away. Huh? She thought her teammate was funny. Don't worry about it. You had to be there. Sasuke made a face. Why does everything have to be so high tension with her anyway? From the beams above the bridge, Kakashi called out to them. Morning people. Sorry, I got lost on the road. He was cut off by Sakura's scream. You liar. Naruto gave a nod. She's right. You're not very good at being dishonest, you know. The Chunin didn't pay attention to them and jumped down in front of the three. I've nominated you for the Chunin selection exam. She was still mad at Sakura. What did you say? She didn't matter to Kakashi, who held out the forms to the three of them. Here are your forms. It's just a nomination. It's up to you to decide if you want to take the test or not. Sign the form and turn it into room 301 by tomorrow at 4 p.m. They all looked at their forms. After saying, their teacher gave them a small wave and then left. That's all. Naruto gave a blink. Hey. Cool. You guys are both coming, right? Sasuke laughed. As if I'd missed this. Sakura's face turned down. Her cheeks got red. I'm not sure. The boy in the hood looked shocked. Huh? What's the harm? We've been taking B-level missions for a while now. Why should it be so hard? She chose not to say it out loud. They had been making it hard for her to keep up with either of them, so she knew she was behind both of them. Well, I guess you're right, but... She got a smile from Naruto. Hey. This is easy for you to do. We'll know what to do next time, even if we all fail. Even if we don't make it, it will be good for us. He got a frown from Sasuke. If she doesn't want to. The hooded ninja laughed and returned his mean look. You're just a tough guy. You only want to fight that jerk Gaara. You're not as good as her, jerk. You don't want to use your brain because you're too busy smashing things and setting them off. Sasuke looked around a bit. What? Better than I am? Are you kidding me? He made a fist. You're just saying that to get her to show up. He walked ahead of them. Not at all. There's a better chance for her to pass than for you. You're just going to hit it hard. I already know. Sasuke got mad and ran after him, but he was gone when he got there. Say, Uzumaki. You coward, come back here. I can't wait to see you again. That jerk will see which of us is stupid. As Sakura looked at the form in her hand, she smiled a little. Sasuke knew Naruto was just messing with him. She wasn't stupid. She did feel better, though. She sighed. Sasuke cuffed his pants and growled as the pain in his cheeks got worse. No changes needed. Sakura, you should show up now. He turned around and looked at her again. The girl turned red. Huh? That jerk won't do anything if you don't. He shouldn't be able to say, he was just upset that you weren't there when I hit him. She stood on the edge of the bridge while the boy walked away. She shook her head and let out a heavy sigh. All right. I can't miss this chance to show up. Well, whatever. The three of them walked by a big group of people on the second floor. When they turned around, they saw two genin standing in front of one of the room doors, pushing people back and pulling everyone else in. Idiots. Even though Sasuke was upset, he and his team kept going, right through the back of the crowd. Sakura seemed to be lost. What kind of genjutsu is it? Could it be that we say something? Naruto gave a sigh and kept walking. Why? If they can't figure that out. The kunoichi was shocked and gave a nod. I guess you're right. One of the boys who were watching the door walked up to her. Hey. What do you two plan to do? Are you not going in the right direction? Sasuke turned his head and frowned. There was no sign of Naruto. That jerk. The boy in front of Sakura made an angry face. His hair was spiked, and he had a few bandages on his face. It wasn't hard for his partner to keep people away from the door by himself, and now the crowd was looking at him and the team's 7 pair. Sakura's eyes got smaller. What's it to you? The boy laughed. You're not going to turn in your form and take the exam like everyone else? Sasuke was buried in his chest. Well, we didn't mean to ruin your fun. You can lock these jerks up all day if you want to. We don't mind. The girl with pink hair wasn't there when the boy with spiked hair looked at her again. Huh? When did you? He looked at the spot where Sasuke had been and wasn't nearly as shocked to see that it was empty. He threw Sasuke to the ground on his back with his arms snapped back behind him. Think you can sneak by me? The boy from Uchiha stood up. Well, if you're going to be that way. So I have no reason to play along. Do I? He looked back at the mad crowd and called out to them. Hey. I don't believe any of you really believe this. The second floor is here. All of you should be upstairs. The boy with the curly hair frowned at him. You're a real idiot for ruining our fun without your friends to back you up. As he charged at Sasuke, he put his hands on the ground and kicked him. As Sasuke hit back, a blur of green light appeared between them. When they walked by, they saw a boy getting hit. He stopped both attacks with his hands. Sasuke almost thought it was Naruto for a second. He frowned when he realized it wasn't Naruto. Who the hell? Hey. I wasn't in need of help. A boy in a coat and white eyes walked up to him and frowned. Where did the plan go? You told us not to draw attention to ourselves. An Asian girl whose dark hair was pulled back into buns shook her head. Oh no. It was a boy in a green leotard who stopped both kicks during the fight. His hands were also wrapped up. His black hair was short and his eyebrows were very big. He also had a little redness in his cheeks. Sakura opened her eyes wide in shock. Sitting against the wall in a nearby corner, she was waiting for Sasuke to catch up. Huh? The boy who had stopped the fight came up to her. Hi, my name is Sakura. My name is Rock Lee. He made a face, smiled, and winked at her. His teeth were sparkling. Let's hang out. Until I die, I'll keep you safe. The girl turned red and looked sick. Not at all. You're not cool. Sasuke made a face. If she had agreed, it would have kept her out of his hair. Oh well. The boy with the white eyes came up to him. Hey. What is your name? Who wants to know? He frowned and crossed his arms. If you want my name, you should give your own first. His white eyes didn't look at him. Okay, so you're new, right? What age are you? The nin with raven hair frowned. None of your business. He got up and left. The girl dressed in Chinese clothes got red. He's cute. The two boys who were watching the doors took off their jutsu. As time went on, they both got older and laughed as they watched what was going on through the room's broken doors. I guess they passed this first test that isn't official. Is that Kakashi and Guy's class, right? The person who stayed to watch the door seemed amused. Yeah. The people who are giving the test will also enjoy it. The one who used to have curly hair laughed. The girl dressed in Chinese clothes looked at the boy in the leotard in the hall. Lee? What do you have planned? All right, now. He peered over his shoulder at his team. All right, you guys. I'd like to test something. He had his hands behind his head and was leaning against the wall. Hey. It's time. What held you back? Sakura gave him a mean look. Like you don't know. Sometimes you're just as bad as Kakashi. He got both a smirk and a glare from Sasuke. Hey. The boy with the dark eyes. When Team 7 looked up at the next floor, they seemed shocked. From the railing, Rock Lee could see them below. Even more so at Sasuke. Will you fight me right here? Sasuke looked a little shocked. A fight right now? They saw Lee jump over the rail and land in front of them. Yes. My name is Rock Lee. You say hello first when you want to learn someone's name, right? Hey, Uchiha Sasuke. What makes you want to fight me? Rock took a ready position. I want to test my techniques against the offspring of the Genius Clan. Plus. Sakura got a wink from him. Ew. Those bottom eyelashes, hair, and those huge eyebrows are. The girl didn't like it. Naruto looked a little sick to his stomach, but he didn't say anything. He just watched. Lee gave her a kiss. You're an angel. She dove hard and quickly to avoid it. She hit her head pretty hard on the floor. Naruto got down on his knees next to her. You understand. That really would have been gross, but... She turned her head to glare at him and still looked happy. What? He turned his head away. It would have been better to take it than split your skull open on the floor. He got a narrow look from the girl. That's a matter of opinion. Naruto looked at Lee and said, yes. Oh. I guess I can't say anything against that. Even I think those eyebrows are a little creepy. She jumped up and poked Lee with her finger. Don't throw weird stuff. I almost lost my life. Rock let out a small sigh. You don't have to be so mean. He turned to look at Sakura. I don't think you would have died. That's gross, but dangerous? Her arms were crossed, and her nose was up. Dying in a social way is still dying. I could never look another girl in the eyes again. Only Sasuke is good enough for me. The boy from Uchiha sighed. I almost want to turn you down just to not impress her. He still moved forward. I guess doing it won't help. Oh well. He stood next to Sakura and frowned. Hey. Those leg warmers look strange on him. Some kind of weapons? The girl was shocked when she saw him. She looked at the time. Hi, Sasuke. Our time is up in 30 minutes. Don't wait too long. The boy smirked and glared at the other player. I'll be done in 5. He moved quickly to attack. Lee gave him a mean look. I may need to break Master Guy's rules and use that move. He moved quickly and attacked with his lash. Naruto had his arms crossed in front of his chest, but they got a little less tight. Huh? He moves quickly. She looked at Naruto and frowned as he said it. She didn't want to say anything, so she looked back at Sasuke's fight. Sasuke moved out of the way of Lee's blow and wrapped his legs around his shins. The boy's fist hit him on the forehead and pushed his head back a little. As soon as his legs were around the boy's shins, he pressed his attack and turned to knock him out. Lee fell, but he caught himself with his hands, then flipped and threw Sasuke 10 feet into the air. He jumped up and went to him. You can't beat me. I am Leaf's strongest genin right now. When Lee slammed his foot into the block, the Uchiha boy crossed his arms in front of his face and howled. When they landed, Lee looked shocked and Sasuke looked lost. What's this? Ninjutsu or some kind of genjutsu or something. I almost forgot to block that. Naruto turned his head away. It's just taijutsu. He made a small frown. Why in the world is he doing that? Do you mean that out loud? The drug. While landing, Lee flipped and spun around to attack his attacker, kicking with his leg. Most of it missed Sasuke, who took a sock right across the jaw. He hit the wall hard in the head and groaned as he stumbled out of the way just in time to avoid getting punched in the face. He laid on his side for a few feet and then jumped up. He turned to look at him with his fist still outstretched in the middle of a very big hole. Lee had broken down the wall. Yes. Neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu are what I use to attack. He smirked when he saw that his opponent's eyes had changed. Don't waste your time with that Sharingan. All kinds of gen, nin, and taijutsu can't hurt it. Genjutsu and ninjutsu both use chakra and seals, which means that the Sharingan helps you. Taijutsu is not the same as other sports. He quickly kicked Sasuke in the jaw, which threw him into the air. Naruto smiled as he thought of something about the fight. Hey. So he used his head after all? What do you understand? Sakura looked scared as her teammate took off into the sky. What's Sasuke? Huh? How do you mean? Lee jumped up to catch Naruto, but she only caught a quick glimpse of him. It looked like Rock was sure that the fight was going his way. The art of taijutsu is a bit unique. If you can see it, your body isn't quick enough to do anything about it. It doesn't help if your body can't move. Your Sharingan is in the worst possible position to fight my ultimate taijutsu. People who are strong are either very hardworking or very smart. My taijutsu is just hard work, while your Sharingan is genius blood. This move will show that hard work is more important than genius. Naruto was astounded. Wow. It's incredibly stupid to explain all that, but I'm impressed he managed to say it all before they started falling back down. Sasuke was caught in Lee's grip for a split second, but vanished from the boy's grip. Lee looked surprised and blinked as he fell, right on top of Sasuke's upraised fist. The Uchiha boy didn't look very impressed as he tossed Lee to the side on the ground. The boy was curled up and holding his back in pain as Sasuke frowned down at him. Yeah? What about a genius who works hard then? Lee looked shocked. What? How did? Naruto chuckled at the scene and shook his head. Come on. That's enough for now. You two might be able to play in the exam later. Sasuke looked down at his opponent. You're strong and fast. I'll admit it. You're also an idiot. Now that you've explained all that, I'll be ready for it next time. I'm not going to explain what I did and give up my techniques to you. Figure it out for yourself. Even the strongest techniques will end up useless if you keep explaining them to everyone every time you use them. He turned towards the stairs. He'd created a clone and made a jump into the air as Rock Lee kicked at him. The clone had taken a blow, but not a hard enough one to break the jutsu. Naruto was fast, and his techniques for sneaking were more similar to taijutsu than nin or genjutsu. He was used to seeing it, and had done a lot of training with him and Sakura. Naruto frowned as he looked at his companion. You shouldn't have told him. How many times do I have to say it? Never give a sucker an even break, or smarten up a chump. Sasuke frowned at him. It's not like I told him what I did. The Uzumaki boy leaned in to whisper at him. Yeah, but if he never learns to shut his mouth, it might be useful in the future. Yes, that's right. Lee. You should have known better. Both boys turned in surprise to find a tortoise looking up at them. It was very displeased and looked towards Lee. Sasuke's eyes got a little wide. What the hell? Naruto finished. Sakura was glaring at it as well. It's a tortoise. Rock Lee looked like he'd just gotten caught doing something very wrong. You were watching that? The turtle sounded very cross as it lumbered towards him. That's right. That technique, it's forbidden. Naruto crossed his arms. You know, I haven't had tortoise soup in a while. Maybe I should get some after the exam. Man, now I'm hungry. Sasuke seemed annoyed with him and looked on. I think that's his sensei. I didn't know a tortoise could become a ninja instructor. Weird. Sakura seemed annoyed. Yeah. Well, I bet he's on time. It's horrible, Kakashi-sensei being outdone by a tortoise. Lee was doing his best to explain himself to the animal, and was doing a poor job of it. Are you prepared for the penalty? The tortoise frowned at him in a grave manner. Lee hung his head. Yes. A man appeared on the back of the animal. He was in a rather stupid pose, with teeth just as sparkling as his student, and even thicker eyebrows. Hey. You guys are the epitome of adolescence. Naruto seemed shocked. Wow. Those are some incredible eyebrows. Sasuke nodded. Yeah. Super thick. Sakura stuck her lip out and crossed her arms as she turned her head away. Super faggy. Naruto gave a nod. Yeah. That pose was a bit fabulous, wasn't it? He waved his hand in a limp manner as he said it. Sasuke nodded. It's like he's not noticed Disco died 20 years ago. The man whipped around to glare at them. Disco is not dead. It's forever. Lee glared at them all. Stop making fun of Guy-sensei. The man shook his head. Lee. His student looked over at him. Huh? Oh, yes. The instructor punched him dead in the face and sent him sprawling across the ground. You fool. The boy looked up in tears. Team 7 was a bit wide-eyed. Guy fell to his knees before his student. Lee, you don't have to say anything. The boy jumped into the man's warm embrace in sobs and they cried together. Somehow, magical sparkles appeared around them. Sasuke and Sakura staggered back looking uncomfortable. Some sort of weird genjutsu? The boy managed to say through his disgust. Naruto shook his head. Wow. Just. Wow. Guy slapped his student on the shoulders. Yes, this is what youth is all about. It's all right, youth and mistakes go together. Lee still had tears in his eyes. You're too nice, sensei. Naruto hung his head. Whatever. Look, come on. I've seen all I can take of thick brow love. You'll do 500 laps around the practice field. Yes. Sakura looked over at them as she started off with her team. Idiots. Guy turned to face them. By the way, how is Kakashi? The trio stopped and looked over in surprise. Sakura looked over at the man. You know Kakashi-sensei? The man vanished from Lee's side, but blinked in surprise as he found himself next to an empty wall. Huh? The 3 genin were grinning like idiots behind a shocked-looking Lee on the other side of the room. At least, he thought so. One of them had a scarf over his face and it was hard to tell. He closed his eyes and nodded. Hey. I see. We are called eternal rivals. I've got 50 wins to 40. 9 losses. Lee glanced back at the trio and smirked. To be honest, I'm here to test my abilities. I lied earlier, the strongest genin in Konoha. Sakura interrupted. Is on my team. You're going to have to figure out who it is on your own. She crossed her arms and gave him an evil-looking smirk. Sasuke nodded. We don't care about our instructor's records. Team 7 is the strongest genin team in Konoha. We look forward to testing our strength in the exam. Lee's face became serious. I hope to face you again, but I'm afraid I think you're wrong. I want to test my strength and beat the one I speak of. I also want to fight you again. The next time will be different. Naruto gave a serious nod. Yeah. If you want to beat Sasuke, you're going to have to lose those weights you're wearing. You're not going to beat his speed wearing them. Maybe that would teach the idiot not to run his mouth. Guy and Lee both looked shocked. WH. Lee frowned at the boy in the scarf. You. I don't know you, but it's disgusting for someone to abandon their team. The hooded boy chuckled at his frown. As if those 2 idiots could stop them? Don't be absurd. Naruto and his team vanished, appearing at the top of the stairs and walking towards the classroom. Sasuke was giving his teammate a wide-eyed stare. The blonde nin nodded at him. You're gonna have to train pretty hard to beat him. It won't be near that easy the next time. Time to live up to your own words and be a genius who works hard. Guy frowned. So, that was Uzumaki. I begin to see that Kakashi might not be as foolish and lazy as I had thought. I'm going to beat him. Lee was giving the top of the stairs a hard glare. Sasuke Uchiha will not stop me. His sensei looked down at him and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Lee, if you truly wish to prove that hard work will defeat genius, then it is the other boy on that team you must defeat. Rock got a bit wide-eyed and blinked. Huh? He narrowed his eyes and nodded. Yes, sensei. I shall defeat them both then. He started to stick out his thumb and smile, but Guy prevented it by holding his arm back. I believe you can do it, Lee, but that pose. Not this time. He looked very serious. Rock hung his head and clenched his fist. I see. He knew what his sensei was telling him. The task he had just given himself was more difficult than he had realized. He looked at where Team 7 had gone and frowned as he thought about it. Who was that boy anyway? I've never seen him before. He looked up at where his sensei had been and found himself alone. He started to walk, but noticed something brush his shoe. He looked down and narrowed his eyes as he found the new tactics manual lying on the ground at his feet. Huh? Guy sensei left this? I don't get it. Kakashi was waiting for them in front of the classroom. Well, I see the three of you made it. I'm glad. Naruto nodded. Of course we came. Their instructor chuckled. I had a feeling. I feel I should tell you, all three of you had to show up to take the exam. You couldn't take it unless the three of you showed up. Sasuke and Sakura looked surprised. Naruto nodded. I kind of figured. The girl looked at him and hung her head a little. So, that's why you said. He looked over his shoulder and she could tell he was smiling. No. I meant every word. His eyes became a little darker as he glanced at Sasuke. Including what I said about you, Uchiha. His teammate and rival growled and clenched his fist. We'll see. This exam has turned out to be more interesting than I thought. He got a dark-looking grin on his face and looked at the doors to the classroom. Sakura nodded. Yes. It has. She couldn't help puffing her chest out. Naruto turned towards the door and hung his head. Come on then, let's get this over with then. The trio walked through the doors together and into the beginning of their future. They had no idea what they were about to get into. There were a lot of people in the test room. There were students there from 5 different countries. Naruto was no longer in sight in front of Sakura and Sasuke, who stood next to each other. The kunoichi with pink hair frowned at Sasuke as she looked at him. What do you think? Both genin looked calm as Sasuke said, not sure. There's more than I expected. Uchiha moved out of the way just as a blonde girl grabbed the spot where he had been. The girl stumbled forward for a moment and looked a little confused. She turned on her heels and smiled at the boy. The kunoichi with pink hair looked at Ino with narrowed eyes as they met, then turned back to Sasuke. Sasuke. It's been so long since I've seen you. I was so excited waiting for you. It was Ino. A smirk came across Sakura's face at the blonde girl, making Ino's face fall a little. Hey. Is your hair shorter? She put her nose up. A little. Just wanted something different. From what I heard, it was some kind of hairdryer accident, Shikamaru said as he walked up. Choji was with him. Hey. Uzumaki is here, I'm guessing? The girl raised an eyebrow and looked at the boy. Good luck finding him. The player Ino had her hand on his collar. Shut the hell up about that. Nara made a face and backed away from her. Whatever. When Ino looked at Sakura, she pulled down her eyelid and stuck out her tongue. Sasuke is mine. Blah. It was happening right in front of her, but her rival didn't act like she saw it. She looked around at everyone and had a strange grin on her face. There's a lot of strong nin here. Should be fun. The blonde nin crossed her arms and turned away, as if she didn't like her. What's with her? While Ino was with her, Sasuke just nodded. Yeah. Another group of 3 people came up. A boy in a winter coat with a dog on his head, another boy in a long coat with glasses and a high collar, and a girl with white eyes who looked scared. The dog. Owning boy spoke up. Well, it seems like all 9 of Konoha's first-year genin are here. I wonder how far we'll make it. Shikamaru had a surprised look on his face. Hey, you guys too? He also had a grumpy face. He caught Sasuke's eye. Both of Team 7's members spoke quietly and seemed calm and at ease. You seem confident, Kiba. The dog. Owning boy spoke up. We won't lose to you. Sakura just shrugged and didn't seem to be impressed. We don't even know if we'll be competing. There was some shaking in the girl with the white eyes. She looked around the room. Uzumaki is here? The boy in glasses looked down at her, but his face was covered by his coat. She sat down next to him and nodded while she swallowed and looked around. Don't worry. I don't see why he'd bother you, Hinata. Thanks, Shino. She was grabbing his sleeve a little, which didn't make him happy, but he didn't seem to mind too much either. Kiba was in front of Sasuke. What's with her? The boy laughed and frowned at her. She thinks Uzumaki drinks blood or something. I don't know. It's weird. Sakura seemed to be lost. Drinks blood? The girl frowned at her with a tense look on her face. I've seen him killing animals. He eats them alive. Two strange looks crossed Sasuke and Sakura's faces for a moment. She made Kiba growl at her. We'll kick his butt. Quit quivering, would you? Right, Akamaru? The dog on top of his head barked. Shoji looked at the animal the whole time they talked. He seemed more hungry than usual. Shikamaru frowned at the girl who looked scared. She's scared of Uzumaki? He sighed and hung his head. She thinks he's some sort of monster. I don't get it. He's a bit creepy, sure, but I don't think he's some sort of vampire either. Nara shrugged a little. Doesn't seem that way to me. He's good at strategy games. I'm still behind him by 4 games. When Sasuke looked into the crowd, he didn't say anything. He couldn't put his finger on what it was about Naruto that bothered him. Sakura was also quiet, but she didn't seem to be paying much attention. Be quiet, said a taller boy as he walked up to the group of new genin. He had his gray hair pulled back into a ponytail and glasses resting on his nose. This isn't a picnic. You're squealing like schoolgirls. From the looks of you, you're all just rookies. He got a frown from Ino. Who do you think you are? I'm Kabuto. You should be more worried about what's behind you. There was a wall next to Sakura and Sasuke. When the other genin turned around, they saw a group of angry older nin staring at them. The older boy with the leaf on his forehead protector looked like he was having a good time. They're from Hidden Rain, they've got short tempers. Everyone is nervous about the exam. You should quiet down before you cause a scene. I guess I can't blame you for being young. I used to be that way myself. She stood on the wall and looked at him over and over. You've done this before then? Kabuto gave a nod. Yup. This is my 7th time. Team 7 didn't look as impressed as the other teams. Ino spoke up with a bit of happiness in her voice. So you know a lot about this? Sasuke laughed and didn't say anything else. Sakura seemed to agree with him, just means he failed 6 times. As he walked up to Team 8 and 10, the older boy looked happy. Hey. I'll share some of my info with these nin info cards. Sakura and Sasuke watched as he showed them one of the cards. One of them lit up with his chakra, and a graph showed how many nin from each country were there. They looked at each other and kept an eye on what was going on. They made faces and didn't say anything. When Kiba asked Kabuto if he could tell them about people who had his cards, Kabuto laughed. Sure. Who do you want to know about? Sasuke came up. He looked down at the deck with his hands in his pockets and said, Gaara of the Sand, Rock Lee, and Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. The nin with gray hair smiled and nodded at him. They said, if you know their names, it should be easy. Kiba looked a little annoyed, but she was interested enough to not say anything. Lee was first shown by Kabuto. Rock Lee. He's got 12 D ranked and 20 C ranked missions. His teammates are Hyuga Neji and Tenten. He didn't take the exam last year, and this is his first time. He's a year older than you guys. Everyone looked impressed except Sasuke and Sakura, so he dealt the next card. Gaara. I don't have much on him, he's returned from every mission without a scratch. He's got 8 C ranked missions. Wow, a B ranked mission as a genin. The last card was put down by Kabuto. The boy said, Naruto. Whoa. His eyes got really big. Not much about him at all. It was the only card he showed that didn't have a picture on it, and there was a question mark in the stats chart. 5D ranked missions, 5B ranked, amazing, and 2 A ranked missions as a genin? That's unheard of. He wrote the Book of 5 Rings and Art of War. The Konoha Tactics Manual. His teammates are Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. The group of genin from the village looked up at Sakura and Sasuke with wide eyes and smiled. There was Ino looking at Sakura. What? No way. The fox rubbed his chin. Huh. He looked up at the pair and then back down at the cards. Are you kidding me? Kabuto took a quick look round the corner. Just as he was setting up the cards for Sakura and Sasuke, he seemed to notice someone watching him. They had one less A ranked mission than Naruto, but all of their other mission stats were the same. There were pictures and graphs on both of their cards that showed how good they were. He got up and gave them a smile. Well, I'm impressed. Where's this Uzumaki? Sasuke just shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. He's here somewhere, good luck finding him. I doubt either of us will see him before this part of the exam is over at least. Kabuto looked like he was thinking about it. Some sort of invisibility, just you or something? Sakura was the next one to shrug. How would we know? Not even Kakashi-sensei can keep track of where he is. He just sort of shows up when he feels like being seen. That's not very often. Hinata spoke up, but her voice was shaking. He's got strange powers. He eats the flesh of the living, and his uniform sucks up light. He's a living shadow with claws that can cut through anything. He doesn't sleep, and he's got no soul. The eyes of Kabuto got a little big. He gave her a small frown and shook his head. Right. Shikamaru smiled. He's really good at shogi too. The two of them turned away from the group and walked into the crowd of desks. Uchiha clung to her. That guy. Something about him doesn't sit right with me. She gave a nod. There's no way he collected all that information at the exams. Those stats are from our records. The photos too. I wonder why he couldn't get Naruto's picture if he got ours. As Naruto leaned against the desk behind them, he said, I stole it a while ago. I hate photos. They both looked ahead to the front of the classroom and didn't act like they saw him. Sasuke made a face. He's gotten our records somehow. What do you think? Sakura looked grumpy. That's illegal. Only the Hokage and people who work in his office should even have access to that stuff. Kakashi might know, but he wouldn't tell. I don't like this. That guy gives me a bad vibe. They didn't look at each other while they talked, and Naruto seemed to think about it. They also spoke softly. Well, he could be some sort of spy. I don't remember ever seeing him before. He's got a lot of information on the other villages too. A bit too much. I wouldn't mind having a look at his record myself. Sakura said, yes. Maybe he's part of the test? One of the examiners? It looked like Sasuke agreed. That's possible. He could be some sort of plant for the exams. He talks a lot, and seemed to enjoy showing off what he knew. If he's a spy, he's pretty stupid. Naruto made a noise. Well, either way we shouldn't trust him. He seems too friendly and gave out that information a little too easily. He's up to something, but it may not involve us. There's no way he gathered all that information just through the exams, even if he'd taken them 10 times. Keep an eye out for him, and avoid him for now. We've got other things to worry about, and we can see about finding out more about him later. I have a feeling this will take all of our attention. Naruto and Sakura and Sasuke then turned and walked away from each other. Uzumaki blended in with the crowd and couldn't be seen. As he looked around the room, he saw that Kabuto was interested in everyone standing around Sakura and Sasuke. He stayed low in the crowd of genin so that the boy couldn't see him when the boy's eyes moved to him. He had only been gone for a minute when he saw Kabuto walking by and looking around. The bigger boy looked focused and serious. Naruto raised an eyebrow and watched him from behind a group of older hidden waterfall nin. Hey, it looks like I got his attention. They didn't pay attention to him because he was quiet and didn't seem interested in them. Kabuto walked by where he was standing. A bigger boy walked by, and he turned his back on him and reached back with his hand. Naruto smirked and pointed a deck of blank cards at them as the older genin walked away. No matter that he didn't know how to turn them on, he said, "Hey. Well, let's see how you do without these." Since they were chakra based, he didn't trust that guy at all and didn't think it was a good idea to hold them. He made his way through the crowd and sat down next to Sasuke. "Hey, Uchiha, got a light?" As soon as Sasuke saw what Naruto had in front of him, he smiled. He put his fingers to his lips and hit her gently between the first and third fingers. The cards caught fire when a small flame appeared. As Naruto walked away, he threw them into an empty metal trash can and disappeared back into the crowd. The three members of Team 7 then watched as the gray-haired nin with the ponytail walked up to the can. He frowned as he looked down at the small fire that was going. All of the cards were destroyed and can't be recovered. He clenched his fist, turned away, and smiled while putting his glasses up his nose. Interesting. Everyone in the room looked at the cloud of smoke in the front. A rough voice came from inside and screamed out to the whole class. There were a lot of teachers in front of the desk when someone said, "Quiet down, you maggots." A big man in a black coat and a scarf over his head glared at the group in the room. They were all together. "Thanks for waiting. I'm Morino Ibiki, the examiner for the Chunin selection exam's first test." A lot of people in the room looked very nervous. The man was very scary, and his hard glare told everyone in the room that he wasn't going to put up with any of them. He yelled over them. "Good to see there hasn't been any trouble so far. Just to be clear, there will be no fighting without the examiner's permission, and no one is to kill anyone even if they do. If you do, you fail right away." The examiners behind him began to move around the room's edge. "Instead of your current seating arrangements, you'll be given a tab with a number on it. You'll sit where your assigned number indicates, then we'll hand out the exams." Naruto frowned at the stack of papers that one of the men behind Ibiki waved at. And he hung his head a little and said, "Great. A paper test. I hate paper tests." Naruto blinked as he sat down and heard someone gasp next to him. At him, one of the girls he had seen around the village had big eyes. "Oh. Uzumaki. Eep." She backed away as much as she could without getting up. "Hey." He shook his head and looked lost. "What's up with you?" he asked. She hung out by herself a lot and always looked around like she was tracking everyone. He had seen her look at him before. The girl took a deep breath as the veins around her eyes stood out. The thing next to her that looked like it was dead looked at her with its eyes wide open. It was a dark shadow in front of her that had no heart or soul. The boy seemed to know she was scared. "It's just a paper test. Relax." She hung her head and looked away from him. She was so scared that her head kept moving up and down almost automatically. Why? Anyone but him. Naruto smiled at her happily. Leaf cared about her and didn't want her to fail because she was one of his nin. "Hey. You'll do all right. Just do your best." The girl said, "Yes. Yes. I will. Try." She looked tense, but she seemed to calm down a bit. She didn't think the soulless demon would say that to her. It made her shiver, and she hoped that it would be too busy with the test to care about eating her blood and flesh. They were spread out around the room's edges. Ibiki began to tell them about the test. "Pay attention, there are a lot of rules, and you can't ask any questions." He began writing on the board. There are 10 questions. Each question is worth 1 point. It's a subtraction system, so each question you miss will lose 1 point. This is a team test, so whether or not you pass is determined by the combined score of your teammates. The final and most important rule. Each person caught cheating will lose 2 points for each offense. He turned and gave them a cruel looking grin. Anyone who loses all their points will fail, and their entire team will be asked to leave immediately. So, if one of you fails, through cheating or by just missing all the questions, the whole team fails with them. He finished writing on the board. We'll all be watching you. Any pathetic attempts at cheating will destroy you. As shinobi attempting to become Chunin, be proud ninjas. A cocked head went up. Weird rules. Hinata felt a shiver. It doesn't make sense. He glared at the board and smiled. Sure it does. They want us to cheat, but not to get caught. You've just got to read between the lines. The whole test is set up around that. This is an intelligence gathering exam. Hey. Clever. The girl gasped and looked at him with shock on her face. You'll fail. He looked over his shoulder and narrowed his eyes as he looked in the general direction of Naruto. The test will last 1 hour. Begin. Uzumaki turned his head away from the questions. Hey. Well, no point in taking risks if I can figure a few of these out on my own. There's no way Sakura will fail, and I've got a feeling Sasuke knows how to handle this. She had her back to the page she was reading and the back of her head turned to look at him. Naruto took a quick glance over his shoulder at his friends. While he was working on his paper, Sasuke looked at Sakura. He used the same trick that he did in Wave Country. His teammates were fine, but he was getting angry as he looked at the hard questions on the page. Great. What a pain. A number of teams were kicked out of the room. Naruto was complaining because he had had no trouble answering a cryptogram and 3 questions about strategy. They came from his book. That was all he had to do to help his team get through because he knew Sakura so well. The 10th question wasn't on the page, so he didn't know what it was until the test was over. He didn't need to risk cheating to get more answers and raise his score. At that point, it didn't seem like it would be worth his time to have a few clones sneak around the room under the desks. He put down his pencil, turned the test over, and leaned back with his arms behind his head. He looked up and saw Sakura with a strange look on her face as she looked over her page. He made a small frown. Ino was behind her and looked like she was asleep. Ibiki walked up to him and had a bad mood. Is there a problem? He gave the man a shrug and looked up at him. No, I'm done until that last question comes up. He put down his pencil and turned the page over. She was shaking and curled up a little more over her page with her back to him. Naruto made a face and laughed at her. Man. What's with her anyway? Are you sick or something, Hyuga? You look a bit pale. She turned her head away from him and didn't look back. I'm fine. The man glared at the hooded nin as he walked away and turned to look at the other students. He went back to his desk and sat down to watch from there after a moment. After a short time, a few more teams were taken away, and Ibiki got up. It's time for the 10th question. He took out his pencil and turned the page over to wait. The man looked at the room with narrowed eyes. Before we go over it, I'd like to go over the extra rules for the last question. Everyone in the room looked shocked, and Naruto saw the kabuki boy he met in the village come out of the bathroom. The Ibiki looked amused. Hey. Nice timing. Now, these are the rules of desperation. The 10th question, you must choose whether or not to take it. The woman Sand Nin they had met earlier, Tamari, spoke up. Choose? What happens if we don't want to take it? Naruto was getting mad. Geez, get on with it already. Ibiki took his time. If you choose not to take it, your points will be reduced to 0, and you fail, along with your teammates. A few more genin spoke up. Of course we'll take it then. The man stood up and spoke calmly to the room. If you choose to take it, and get the question wrong, you'll give up the right to take the Chunin selection exam ever again. Naruto smiled and laughed as he looked up at the man. Hey. It jumped up. What kind of rule is that? There are guys here who have taken the exam before. The man looked at the boy with a calm face. You guys are unfortunate, this year, it's my exam, my rules. This made Uzumaki happy. As Ibiki went on, he looked very calm. There is a way out. If you don't want to use it, leave now. You can try again next year, Ibiki told Naruto with a smile. Something funny? He turned his head away. No. Please continue. This is great. He walked up to his desk, leaned over, and gave him the evil eye. You don't look like you're taking this seriously. He looked him in the eye and blinked. Well, I'd rather not ruin your fun. It's pretty entertaining so far. The man frowned at him as he leaned over and flared his nostrils. Go ahead, punk. Try. The blonde nin with the hood nodded. Well, if you insist. You don't have that much authority, not even as an examiner. Even if you did, I don't need your permission, or this stupid test to become a great shinobi. There's nothing you can do short of killing me that will stop it. You're just dragging this out to scare us off. He didn't give in to the threatening man's stare. That's the point of this question, isn't it? Ibiki stood up and yelled over the crowd because his eyes were so big. How many of you really trust this punk rookie? If you want to leave, raise your hand now. He looked around the room and saw that both of the boys' teammates had smiles on their faces while their hands were curled up. They knew better than to brag about it and get too much attention. There were 5 teams that left. Everyone else stayed put. Its owner, Ibiki, smiled and looked down at Naruto. All right, those who are still here. Well done, you passed the first test. A lot of people in the room looked shocked. The nin with the hood looked down at Ibiki as he crossed his arms. You're very smart to figure this out. I saw that you knew what the test was about before I was even done explaining the rules. He looked around the room. 70. 8. Tamari got up. Wait. What? She caught Ibiki's eye. This was a test of how well you could gather information. Those who cheated badly failed, of course. He took off his scarf and glared at the group with wide eyes as he showed them his scars and burns. There are times when facts are more valuable than your life. That information could be tainted and useless if you were caught too soon. The enemy could even give you false information to trick you. If you're lucky, if they catch you, they'll just kill you. He put his scarf back on his head and tied it again. Information can be a powerful weapon for you in your village. It looked like the sand kunoichi was still lost. I don't understand the purpose of the 10th question. Ibiki gave a nod. It's to see how strong you are. That's the real point of this test. You have to choose what to do or not do. They failed, along with the people who didn't do it. If you want to become Chunin, you have to steal a document that is being guarded by unknown nin, traps, and other threats. Are you going to accept it or run away? You and your friends could be killed or hurt if you decide to accept it. Do you or don't you? Are you able to stay safe on the mission? No is the answer. You can't avoid some missions, no matter how dangerous they are. You need to know this if you want to become a Chunin captain. He gave the group a frown. The pieces of trash who can only make cowardly decisions don't have the right to become Chunin. He smiled at them again. Good luck to those who chose to stay. You can make the right choice and get through the problems that will come up in the future. He took a quick look to the side. A black cloth ball flew through the window. Ibiki rolled his eyes and looked mad. It happened behind a sign that was held up with 2 kunai. A woman with dark hair spiked up behind her head fell to the ground. She had a coat on, a fishnet top on, and shorts on. This is not the time to party. I am in charge of the 2nd test. Hi, Anko Midarashi. Come on. Come with me. A girl named Ibiki looked at the cloth. Bad timing. The woman turned red and growled at him. Naruto was grumpy. What's with this loud chick? It was very important for Hinata to be away from him again. Anko gave Ibiki a mean look. Hey. 26 teams? It was too easy to pass. At least I'll cut them in half. She turned to face the kids. I'll explain everything, once we've gotten to the 2nd exam area. Everyone got up and began to walk toward the doors. Once the room was clear, Ibiki began to walk around and gather the tests. The man in the hood looked down at the nin's test. So, that was Uzumaki? He had answered 4 questions, 3 of which were about his book and 1 that was a puzzle. That kid is interesting. He knew what was going on with me almost right away. He felt bad that he chose to teach him a lesson. He would have kicked out a lot more kids if he hadn't made that kid explain everything. He had already given the test twice, and the kid he had picked out each time had run away after what he did, often pushing 10 more teams out the door with them. It looked like Naruto was calm and collected. He chose him because he was a new genin and seemed cocky. Most of the time, they were one of the first people to leave the room. All of the rookie teams stayed because he picked him. Naruto hadn't been seen by him since he was a village boy who was loud and young. He was hard to miss back then. He didn't recognize him at all and thought he was just a cocky punk genin who was putting on a tough face to hide his feelings. There was an air of that kind of person about him. That's why he picked him out in the first place. It wasn't that he told him everything he had planned that caught his attention. It was the way he looked him in the eye and never took his eyes off of him. That had never been done by a genin before. When he looked at them that way, not even most Chunin or Junin could do that. In his whole career, he had only seen it 4 times. None of them told anyone anything because they had all died. He made a face and began gathering the other tests, which would be thrown away. They did what they were meant to do. The test was over for him. He was still curious about how far the kid would get. A big group of genin stood in front of the gates to a big forest. Anko spoke over the crowd as she stood in front of a booth near one of the gates. Hi, and welcome to Practice Arena 44. It's also called the Forest of Death. Naruto stood between Sakura and Sasuke and looked up at the trees. A lot of space and protection. We ought to do well. Sakura smiled and said, yes. Right. Sasuke didn't answer, but he did laugh a little. Anko rolled her eyes and threw a kunai. Naruto blinked in surprise as it went by his face and poked a small hole in his scarf and cut his cheek. He was facing the instructor, who leaned over and licked the blood off of his cheek through the cut in his scarf. Hey. Like a kid, you're sure of yourself. People like you who are new are usually the first to die. The kid turned his head. Wow. Wow, that was both cool and gross at the same time. As she moved away, he rubbed his cheek. Anko opened her eyes wide in shock. Huh? When the woman raised her kunai, Sasuke put it on her handle first. He caught it after his teammate's head had been hit by it. Are you kidding? Naruto looked at his 2 teammates, who looked disgusted. Nope. It made me feel odd. It was kind of like when we had to climb the rope in taijutsu class. Anko put her gun down and frowned at the 3 of them. You won't be so confident once I've explained this. As she moved to the front of the crowd, she tried to hide a blush. That wasn't taken the way she thought he would. She waved a bunch of papers around. All of you must sign these waivers. If you die, I won't be responsible. She smiled at them as she turned around. Someone will die. After I explain the test, you can sign it. I saw her point to the booth. This is the hardest test of survival ever. It has 4 locked gates, a forest, a river, and a tower in the middle. The woman had a map of the area on a scroll in her hand. There was Shikamaru standing nearby. To live? This test is awful. Anko laughed and put out 2 scrolls. There are no rules for this scroll battle. You will each get either heaven or earth. You have to get them both and bring them to the tower in the middle. 120 hours is the same as 5 days. This means that only half of you have a chance to pass. There are 13 of each scroll. Hey. I'll tell you what, that's very unlikely. The woman looked like she liked the attention she was getting. The forest is full of enemies, plants, animals that eat people, poisonous bugs, and other dangers. You won't sleep well and will have to find your own food. There are other ways to lose weight too. First, if you don't make it in time. Second, if you lose a teammate or someone gets killed. And finally, you shouldn't open the scrolls until you get to the tower. That's how things work. Get ready for the start by picking a gate and exchanging your 3 forms for scrolls. You can't leave early because you have to stay in the forest for 5 days. She smiled at the genin and put her hands in her pockets. That's all there is to it. Get going. He let out a heavy sigh and stood back to watch the other teams walk into the booth. He wasn't in a hurry, and Sakura and Sasuke were getting ready to wait. Hey, kid. Naruto blinked and stiffened up a bit. Seeing that he could hear Ryu nearby, he hung his head. What's it? I'm pretty busy. Ken laughed. Yeah. We understand. Do you remember those scrolls? The boy made a face. Aw man. Yup. We want you to get them all of them. Hey. Ryu talked like he was happy. Naruto made a mean face and crossed his arms. Yeah. I get it. Get going then. Ken liked their plan. The nin with the hood ran over to the line. No changes needed. That bunch of jerks. It's already very bad. He felt a little better and let out a small sigh. Still, it might be fun. He thought it would not have been hard to just get one that would match the one they get. Well, whatever. At the very least, it should be interesting. He thought it would be fine because he had a lot of cover. As he stopped at the back of the slow moving line, he looked over his shoulder. Well, I've got plans for a couple of them anyway.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.